Good evening, everybody. I will now call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It's December 16th, 2025. It's 5:06 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Member Myers.
Here.
Member McCormick.
Here.
Member Martinez.
Present.
Member Baldwin Day.
Present.
Member Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Brawley.
Here.
Member Volland.
Happy to be here.
Member Silvers.
Here.
Member Rivera.
Present.
Member Gerker.
Here.
Member Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Student Representative Eggleston.
Here.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Martinez, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Item 4A, regular meeting November 4, 2025. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? Seeing, hearing no objection, the item has been adopted or approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. The holiday season is now fully upon us, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible spirit of community across the municipality. Sunday night, I participated in Cirque de Hanukkah, a joyful and beautiful celebration of light, though the joy of this event was tempered by the tragedy in Sydney, Australia. My heart goes out to the Jewish community here and across the world for this horrific loss. At the municipality, we stand together against violence and anti-Semitism. Tragedies like the one in Sydney bring darkness into all our lives, and that's exactly why coming together to celebrate light, joy, and community is so meaningful. As Alaskans, we really embrace the return of daylight, and there's a winter solstice festival at Cuddy Park on Friday, and weekend events at Kincaid, Hilltop, the Girdwood Nordic Loop, and Eagle River Nature Center. Also, let's be sure to support our local small businesses this season. Our entrepreneurs are the backbone of our economy and help make our community a unique and vibrant place to live, work, and visit. So please shop local and enjoy the many festive activities happening across the municipality. I wish everyone joyful holiday celebrations and a peaceful lead up to the new year. We've had some big windstorms these past few days. Many of our residents and businesses have been dealing with power outages, property damage, and some pretty difficult driving conditions. Thank you to the crews at Chugach Electric and Matanuska Electric Associations, and to our own municipal teams at Anchorage Public Works, the Fire Department, and Police Department. These dedicated teams work nonstop, often in challenging or dangerous conditions, to restore power, clear debris, repair damage to public infrastructure, and keep our community safe. Their dedication under pressure is truly commendable. Thank you all. Last week, I was happy to participate in the annual Alaska Municipal League Local Government Conference. The event brought local leaders from across the state to Anchorage. The conversations, as always, were robust, productive, interesting, and highlighted the shared challenges and opportunities facing our communities across the state. Last Wednesday, we held a ribbon cutting with ACDA at the site of our Microunits for Recovery Residences pilot project. It was really incredible to see the microunits lined up and be there in person and to celebrate with so many community partners. Each of the 32 microunits represents a chance at recovery and stability for real people in our community. And I'm excited to launch this project and to test out this low-cost, low-barrier transitional living and treatment model right here in Anchorage. The proposed ordinance to require registration for short-term rentals is on tonight's agenda. This AO would establish a basic, free, and straightforward online registry for short-term rentals. If approved, this registry will be a critical data gathering tool. We need to better understand the impact of short-term rentals on our housing supply and our economy and develop effective data-driven housing policy. And finally, I want to recognize there are several laid on the table items tonight. Given that there is a 1-month gap between assembly meetings, we have a few time-sensitive issues that require action before the next meeting in January. Thank you all. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And next on the agenda is the Assembly Chair report, and I will start there with the laid on the table items. We generally have a policy to be pretty restrictive of laid on the table items, but at this point, we've asked the administration to do as much as possible to get critical time-sensitive items to us tonight because we don't want to have to exercise the worst option, which is meet next Tuesday at noon for a special meeting if, in fact, any time-critical items arise that have to be passed before the end of the year. We don't have any items on that list, and we would hope to keep no items on that list, so we don't have to convene one more time before the end of the year, because hopefully this is it. So I will note that the solstice is almost upon us. I'm grateful that the light will start to come back. I'll join the mayor in recommending folks come out and celebrate the Parks Department's annual Winter Solstice Festival at Cuddy Park this Friday, December 19th, 5 to 8 p.m., free with activities like ice skating and a photo booth with Santa's reindeer, as well as cocoa by the fire. I encourage everyone to get out and enjoy our uniquely Alaskan solstice experience. As this is the final meeting of the year, due to the way the calendar falls, our next meeting won't be for 4 weeks. As the mayor noted, I can't remember a time when we had 4 weeks between meetings, so please take your time and enjoy it. You've earned it. And so thanks to the hard work, the manager, the department heads, the clerk's office, everyone else to get our year-end materials all squared away early. Hopefully we don't need that special meeting. So also, finally, Happy New Year. As the new year approaches, I want to reflect a bit on where we've come as a community over the past year. We have had challenges. We have turned those challenges into opportunities. I think upon our friends from Western Alaska who have joined our community, from the tropical storm Halong and our school district, how the city has taken on the challenge of having year-round shelter and supporting people, how we as a city supported furloughed workers and providing as many opportunities and benefits for them to have continuity in their life, and also, of course, the kindness that just exists in our community that happens on every day in every small way. This assembly has taken on some pretty complex questions, question about camping in public and the laws around that, dealing with challenges of homelessness, improving our response to public safety challenges in our town, and of course, wrestling with the question of how we address our financial situation as costs increase but revenues do not. As we've learned over the past year, nobody is coming to save us. Our future will be determined by those who love this community and its people. And it's challenging. Over the 9 years I've been on this body, we have been forced to find efficiencies and kind of engage in the process of picking up the slack where others have lost their ability to fund or their willingness to fund their responsibilities in our town. And we have done it, but the challenges increase. We've had to work to support each other and we continue to do so. So I encourage you to join one of the many holiday festivities being offered around town and take time to connect with your neighbors and celebrate what it means to be part of this really special community at this really special time of year. And to my colleagues, I'm glad and look forward to us getting through our agenda tonight, because once we're done, hopefully it's a holiday season for the rest of the new year. So with that, I'll just move on to the boilerplate. This is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the people. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn or shouting or clapping and pacing, except of course when clapping is in order to the item. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear, except if you're here to testify lined up. Please also don't approach the dais, but if you have information for the assembly members, please hand it to the clerk up front. Please stop speaking if point of order is called, so the chair may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, the chair may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with rules doesn't occur, the chair may pause the meeting, and if there's an actual disruption, the chair will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person may be asked to leave. That said, hopefully that's not the nature of tonight, and we just get through our business in an orderly manner. With that, then, we'll move on to the next part of our agenda, which is our committee and liaison reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be on Thursday, January 8th. We usually meet on the first Thursday of the month, but as you know, Chair, the first Thursday of the month of the new year is the first of the new year, and we will not be meeting on New Year's Day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Nothing for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin-Day. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, the December meeting of the Legislative Committee has been canceled, so we look forward to seeing you all in January. For the December meeting of the Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee of the Whole, that will be happening this Thursday, December 18th at 11:15 a.m. at City Hall. And we're planning on having an introduction from Mattson of the new Senior Vice President in Alaska, as well as updates from the Deputy Municipal Manager regarding the stormwater utility and the waste-to-energy project.
Thank you. And the new director for TOTE is on our agenda tonight later for an appointment. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Just a quick report. The Budget and Finance Committee will have its last meeting of the year on Thursday as well, December 18th, from 10 to 11 a.m. We've got several wrap-up items for the year, and just again, continuing to educate members and the public about how our budget process works. And then also, as one of our AML liaisons, I'll just also say that it was great to attend the conference. Thank you to the mayor for providing that report. One thing that I learned that I would like to share is we knew that it was AML's 75th anniversary, which makes it 9 years older than statehood in Alaska, but also AML and the many communities, of one of which was Anchorage, the founder, was a key reason why Alaska statehood was successful, why it moved forward. There was a lot of advocacy at the local level and a lot of recognition that having state government would also help local government. So anyway, great history, and thank you again to all the folks from across the state who came to spend time in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Boland.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Ms. Silvers.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silvers. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next week's Quality Municipal Services, Ethics, and Elections Committee has been canceled. Thank you.
Great report, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Gerker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Gerker. Mr. Presverdia.
Yeah, two quick updates. The Assembly Public Health and Safety Committee meeting will be meeting on Thursday, December 18th from 2 to 3:30. My co-chair, Ms. Yarrow, will be chairing that meeting. You can expect a few items from the Anchorage Police Department and the Health Department, and also a continuation of the policy review by the Anchorage Police Department, and this policy will be specifically on automated license plate readers. So if you can, please join that meeting. And then the second update is for the Assembly Housing and Homeless Committee. That will be on Wednesday, December 17th at 10:45 a.m. At that meeting, we will have an update from the Health Department on ERA2, the third tranche of funding, as well as a comprehensive update on our shelter system, how that's going, and our multidiscipline outreach update from the mayor's office. So please, if you can, attend those meetings. Thanks.
Thank you. Youth Member Eggleston.
Thank you, Chair. I quickly wanted to mention that a local community theater, Anchorage Community Theater, is putting on Charlie Brown Christmas. So for anyone who celebrates Christmas or really loves theater, I'd really encourage to go. There's a lot of kids in the community who've put a lot of hard work into it, and it's just really awesome. And so I just encourage everyone to go and support their community in that.
Thank you. All right, next, before we move on to the addendum to the agenda, I'll take the opportunity to invite any students here for their government classes to please come forward and introduce yourselves. Tell us who your teacher is and what the class is. Come on forward. And the microphone is off. You just hit the little green button, it'll turn on.
Hello, my name is Alexia Surratt, and I'm part of the South Anchorage government class that I'm taking this year. And I'm part of it for junior. And also, I'm 16 years old, and I'm part of Turning Point USA. And I'm here to tell you about the class. The class is talking about Alaska's government and tells us what we can do when we're older and how we can provide the community when we're fully adults.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Students want to come forward and introduce yourself? Now would be the time. Yeah, it's okay. It's not mandatory. The microphone is, yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, hit that button again. There you go.
My name is Ben Water. I am a student at Jigag High School. This is for U.S. government, and we are currently learning about our U.S. legislation in the House and Representatives and all that.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and move on so people aren't coming down. With that, then we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. But before we get to the addendum, we're going to go ahead and address the laid on the table items, which we have a handful of them tonight. Some of them will require a vote, some of them will not. So I'll go ahead and read through the supplemental items right now. 10F7A, Information Memorandum, AIM 249-2025A, Final Report for the Work of the Task Force to Reimagine the Public Safety Advisory Commission. Next, we have 10F9, which is Information Memorandum, AIM, a number 2025 Notice of Title VII Waiver for Expanded Capacity at 1111 East 56th Avenue. Next, we have item 10F11, Information Memorandum, unnumbered answers to Assembly questions. Then we have 13B7, AO 2025-115S2, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 10, to add a new chapter requiring owners to register short-term rentals, amending Title 12 requirements related to tax reporting for hosting platforms, amending Title 21 to explicitly allow short-term rentals in all residential zoning districts and some commercial districts, removing bed and breakfast as separate use type and waiving planning and zoning. Next supplemental item, we have 14A5, Information Memorandum, unnumbered additional municipal seal options, Exhibit A through E, regarding AO 2025S, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.40.020 to adopt a new or affirm the current corporate seal of the municipality. Then we have one note to make on the agenda. So, one sec. It was brought to our attention that AIM 243-2025, which is an update to AR 2024-379, Animal Control, was mistakenly associated as supplemental to 10G7 AR 2025-379, Trust Fund Management Fees. To correct this during the addendum to the agenda, I am now directing the clerk to make AIM 243-2025 and its associated report an independent item as 10F10. This will mean that if you have questions about AIM 243-2025 relating to animal care and control, its associated report, you will need to pull item 10F10 and not 10G7, just so you know. Then we have a handful of new items to go through. One is item 10B6, Resolution AR 2025, unnumbered, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending the expanded capacity of 200 individuals at 1111 East 56th Avenue shelter effective retroactively to December 12, 2025. This item is parallel to the item that was passed at the emergency meeting on Friday, but this just covers that basis from today. Ms. Brawley.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion to lay on the table by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Boland. Anyone wish to discuss that? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there an objection to lay this item on the table? Hearing seen no objection, the item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10D27, Assembly Memorandum, unnumbered 2025, Amendment Number 4 to non-encumbering contract with Snowline Alaska, number 4400001412, providing year-round as-needed road maintenance services and road repairs of Glen Alps Road Service Area for the municipality. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. I would like to ask unanimous consent on this item. Mr. Volland.
I'm just curious if the administration could speak to the timeliness for laying on the table.
Through the chair to Member Volland, this item is honestly a fairly standard contract amendment. The amount of money remaining on the contract is less than $50,000 at this point, and so the amendment is needed in order to continue to fund the snow removal services that the contractor provides. In a world where we did not have 4 weeks between meetings, this is something we would have just kicked to the next agenda automatically because it just narrowly missed the OnBase timeline for submission for this meeting. But because this small service area will effectively be without services at some point in the next month, if we're unable to get this across the line, we've elected to lay it on the table tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there an objection to the motion? Seeing hearing no objection, that item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10D28, Assembly Memorandum, unnumbered 2025, approval to enter into the sole source multi-year professional service contract with Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau, DBA Visit Anchorage, for the promotion of the tourism industry. Ms. Brawley.
Move to lay on the table.
Second by Mr. Brawley, second by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to lay this item on the table. Objection? Seeing hearing no objection, this item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10D29, Assembly Memorandum, unnumbered 2025, authorization of the amendment to a holdover lease and execution of a new 5-year lease with 5 years option to extend between Anchorage Community Development Authority Lesser and the municipality of Anchorage tenant for the premise located at the 6th Avenue Parking Mall, 700 West 6th Avenue, for the operation of the Public Transportation Department's Downtown Transit Center. Ms. Brawley.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, second by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing seeing no objection, that item has been laid on the table. One last supplemental. Oh, wait, no, that's it. I think that's it. Okay, thank you all for your tolerance of the laid on the table process tonight, as I'd asked them to get as much as possible in there as we could. Okay, so next then, I would like to ask for a motion to approve, a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion to incorporate by Ms. Baldwin Day, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no objection, the item, the addendum and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we have appearance requests on tonight's agenda. We have no appearance requests. So that takes us next to the consent agenda. So the consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10G and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, ordinances, resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be accepted, adopted, approved by the Assembly by single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by Assembly members for discussion and separate vote on any of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Presverdia.
10D8.
Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Gerker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Gerker. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A4.
10A4, Mr. Rivera. Thank you. Ms. Overs.
Nothing to pull. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, 2 items. One is 10B1 on behalf of the youth rep. And then the other is 10D1. And that's it for me.
So 10B and 10D1 for Ms. Brawley. Mr. Johnson.
10A2.
10A2, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Baldwin Day.
10A1, 10 Delta 9, 10 Delta 11. And that is all. Thank you.
All right, so I have you polling 10A1, 10D9, and 10D11. All right, Ms. Martinez.
Chair, has item 10A2 been pulled?
Yes.
Right on, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick.
Nothing to pull, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to remain.
All right, so I would like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Well, let me go through them one more time. So I have 10A1, Ms. Baldwin Day, 10A2, Mr. Johnson, 10A4, Mr. Rivera, 10B1, Ms. Brawley, 10D1, Ms. Brawley, 10D8, Mr. Presverdia, 10D9, Ms. Baldwin Day, 10D11, Ms. Baldwin Day, and that is it. So I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Move the consent agenda, including a version of 10F7. Thank you.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the consent agenda, including the A version of 10F7, moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? So I would like to speak briefly to a factor that is novel and amazing, and we've been asking for it for years. There are a number of grants that are being authorized by the health department and are before us today, and they're before us before the beginning of the year in which the grants are effective, 2026, which means all of the recipients of those grants will have the funds available to them at the start of the year instead of in June or July or September, which was kind of a pattern that had established itself before. And so I just want to give very big thanks to the health department and the administration for getting ahead of the curve this year and making it possible for these dollars to really meaningfully hit the ground and do the job they were intended to do. So thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, then, I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the consent agenda minus the pulled items? Hearing and seeing no objections, we'll consider the consent agenda approved. So that takes us to a motion to change the order of the day.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to change the order of the day as follows. First, in the consent agenda, move 10A4 after 10A1, and then move 10D1 after 10A2. And then in the next part of the agenda, move 11D after 13B. And then lastly, move under the licensing under the 15s, move 15E after 15A.
All right, so there's a motion to change the order of the day. Madam Clerk, did you get that? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Brawley, second by Mr. Myers. I think it was Mr. Myers. Yeah, so, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just very briefly, we're taking up some of the port items, including confirmation of the director, and moving things around there. There was a request to move 11D to be after 13B, and then the licensing, there's 3 licenses that are related, and so taking care of the 15A and 15E before we get into that discussion. Thank you.
Right, is there any objection to changing the order of the day to take them up in that order? I'm not seeing or hearing any objections, so we'll consider the agenda has been, the order of the day has been amended. Okay. So that brings us now to item 10. Wait. So we'll go ahead and proceed with item 10A4. Item 10A4 is Resolution R 2025-392, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Anchorage Parks Foundation. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item.
Yes, move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Baldwin Day. Want to speak to it, Mr. Rivera? Nope. Okay, I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there an objection to the adoption of this motion? Seeing and hearing no objection, we'll consider that item passed. I have Mr. Rivera reading, Ms. Barley presenting.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, and whoever's here to accept, come on up. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Anchorage Park Foundation. Whereas the Anchorage Park Foundation was established in 2005 with the mission to build healthy, vibrant communities by improving parks, trails, and public spaces throughout Anchorage. And whereas in its first 2 decades, the Anchorage Park Foundation has partnered with the municipality of Anchorage, community councils, Alaska Native organizations, businesses, and volunteers to invest in the public spaces that bring our community together. And whereas APF has strengthened Anchorage's identity as a trails and parks city by supporting community volunteer efforts and major improvements across the park system, including neighborhood park revitalizations, accessible playgrounds, wayfinding, trail connections, and community-designed projects. And whereas Youth Employment in Parks program has provided hundreds of local teens with hands-on job experience, leadership development, and stewardship skills that benefit the community far beyond the summer season. And whereas APF has leveraged millions of private, philanthropic, state, and federal dollars to match local public investment through voter-approved bond projects and thousands of volunteer hours, maximizing the impact of each contribution for the benefit of Anchorage residents and visitors. And whereas the Anchorage Park Foundation has played a central role in fostering civic pride, strengthening neighborhoods, encouraging physical activity, and promoting a strong sense of place in our northern city. And whereas 2025 marks the Anchorage Park Foundation's 20th anniversary, celebrating 2 decades of transformative community partnerships, volunteerism, and investment in a park and trail system that enhances quality of life for all. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly congratulates the Anchorage Park Foundation on its 20 years of service and leadership in improving Anchorage's parks, trails, and public spaces, and expresses gratitude for the Foundation's sustained collaboration, community stewardship, and commitment to ensuring Anchorage remains a place where people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds can connect with nature and each other. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 16th day of December 2025.
Thank you so much. Anchorage Park Foundation is honored to work with our community and have been doing this hard work for 20 years. We've done work in all of your districts with so many of your supporters, and we've hired your teens and your neighbors, and we are honored to continue to do the work. And we'll see you out in the parks and on the trails for our next challenge grant season with your neighbors. Thank you so much.
All right, next up we have item 10A1. 10A1 is resolution AR 2025-389, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and honoring Diane Bickford on the occasion of her retirement and for her more than 35 years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage and the name-shifting Port of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, Danyang, Port of Alaska. So this item was pulled by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson? Oh, I'm sorry. This item was pulled by Ms. Baldwin Day. Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Baldwin Day, seconded by Mr. Voland. Any discussion? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Any objection to the adoption of this motion? Seeing and hearing no objection, this item has been approved. So next we will have Ms. Baldwin Day reading, Mr. Gerker presenting.
Whereas Diane Bickford began her career with the municipality of Anchorage on August 6, 1990, bringing with her a strong work ethic, a deep commitment to public service, and a talent for supporting complex operational and administrative functions. And whereas Diane spent her entire municipal career serving Danyang, Port of Alaska, formerly Port of Anchorage, and Port of Alaska, where she became an indispensable part of the port's daily operations, institutional continuity, and long-term success. And whereas, through more than 3 decades of service, Diane supported multiple port directors, managers, and project teams, always offering reliability, professionalism, and a calm, steady presence during both routine operations and historic port modernization efforts. And whereas Diane's work as executive assistant went far beyond administrative support, she became a trusted source of institutional knowledge, fostered strong working relationships, and helped ensure the port's mission to safely and efficiently serve the people of Alaska. And whereas Diane's dedication, attention to detail, and genuine care for her colleagues contributed greatly to a positive work environment and helped steer the port through periods of significant change, growth, and a few earthquakes. And whereas the Anchorage Assembly wishes to express its profound appreciation for Diane's 35-plus years of commitment to the municipality of Anchorage, its port, and the countless individuals who benefited from her work. And whereas Diane Bickford will retire on December 31st, 2025, concluding a remarkable career marked by integrity, loyalty, and exceptional public service. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Diane Bickford for her extraordinary 35-plus years of service to the municipality and its port, and extends its heartfelt gratitude and best wishes for a well-earned retirement filled with joy, rest, and new adventures. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 16th day of December, 2025.
If you'd like to speak, the microphone is yours. It's turned off right now, so someone hit that green button. Welcome.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful trip. I've enjoyed it. I've met some wonderful people. And I'm really sorry to go, but it's time. Thank you.
I will offer that people across the state of Alaska in almost every jurisdiction have no idea how you've touched their lives in 35 years. They can't thank you, but we do on their behalf. Don't go far, port people. So next we have up on our agenda item 10A2. 10A2 is resolution AR 2025-390, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly expressing sincere appreciation to Michael K. Abbott for his outstanding service as interim port director of the municipality of Anchorage, Don Young, Port of Alaska. So this item was pulled by Mr. Johnson.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Any discussion? Any objection to this item? I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Seeing hearing no objection, this item has been adopted unanimously. And I have Mr. Johnson reading, Mr. Martinez presenting.
Whereas Dong Young Port of Alaska is a critical lifeline for Anchorage and the state of Alaska, requiring steady leadership, experienced oversight, and the ability to remain calm even when the weather, the tides, the schedules, and the occasional fenders falling in the water do not cooperate. And whereas Michael K. Abbott accepted the role of interim port director with professionalism, good humor, and an unwavering commitment to public service, stepping up during a moment of need to ensure continued operational stability. And whereas during his tenure, Mr. Abbott provided thoughtful guidance and practiced leadership, supporting staff, facilitating continuity, and helping the port team navigate a transition that, much like a container ship, required both patience and precise maneuvering. And whereas he demonstrated genuine respect for the port's workforce, taking time to listen to staff perspectives, elevating practical solutions, and fostering a collaborative environment that strengthened both morale, teamwork, and even the collective coffee consumption. And whereas Mr. Abbott's leadership upheld the highest standards of municipal service and contributed meaningfully to the ongoing success of the Don Young Port of Alaska, proving that a steady hand and positive energy can carry an organization through choppy waters. And whereas, in a meaningful act that will leave a lasting impression on the port community, Mr. Abbott secured a Wild Salmon on Parade artwork titled 2008 Gold Splat Salmon, a brightly spirited ambassador that will permanently be displayed in the Don Young Port of Alaska Administration Office as a tribute to his service and a lasting reminder that indeed Mike was here. And whereas the Don Young Port of Alaska staff and stakeholders deeply appreciated his willingness to serve, his steady demeanor, and the lighthearted good nature he brought to demanding work. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the municipality of Anchorage and the Don Young Port of Alaska hereby extend their sincere appreciation to Michael K. Abbott for his exemplary leadership, dedicated service, and steady guidance as interim port director. And be it further resolved that this resolution of appreciation is presented with gratitude and respect, recognizing his service to the municipality of Anchorage and his lasting contributions, both practical and delightfully artistic, to the success and spirit of the Don Young Port of Alaska, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 16th day of December 2025.
Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. This is it's a lot of fun to be up here. It's humbling to follow someone like Diane, who's been with the port for 35 years. Makes my 3 months seem a little less significant, as it should. I really want to thank the mayor and her leadership team that trusted me to support the work at the port for a few months while a new, and I'm got to say, excellent candidate for the long-term director at the port was identified, and you're going to talk more about that in a few minutes. But I really appreciate the opportunity. I've said this before, many of you have heard this before. The municipality has given me the chance to really have some amazing jobs. I've just been the luckiest guy you can imagine. I've had these amazing jobs in my hometown. Everybody should have the good fortune I've had to work with so many great people and do so many things for our citizens and our neighbors. Really feel honored to have had these opportunities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Before you go, you made your word that by the end of the year you would be done, and I honor a man of his word, but there is a missing section. You know what it's supposed to read? You're fired. We appreciate you.
I've been looking for that for a long time.
Thank you so much. All right. All right. Next item on the agenda is item 10D1. 10D1 is Assembly Memorandum 909-2025 Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Terry Omatum, Port Director. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Is there any discussion? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'll just say, grateful to our new port director for stepping up. We had a good confirmation hearing work session on Friday, so folks can go back and tune into that if you're interested. Thank you.
And I think we'll allow comments once we've taken the vote. Any further discussion? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, Mr. Omatum and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the confirmation is done. Welcome and congratulations. Anything you'd like to say?
and to follow Mike Abbott's footsteps.
We'll go ahead now and perform the oath of office. Family can stay. Yeah, absolutely. This is the time to stay.
Raise your right hand. I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
of the Port Director to the best of my ability.
of the Port Director to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It goes without saying, a lot of people don't understand the port is truly the most critical piece of infrastructure in the state of Alaska, in my opinion. It's an honor and a duty. Thank you for picking it up. For all of us. And it's a saga. All right. So now that takes us back to, I guess that moves us on to item 10B1. 10B1 is AR 2025-388, Resolution Anchorage Assembly setting the compensation for the Assembly Youth Representative for fiscal year 2026. Ms. Barali pulled this item.
Yeah, I understand. Our youth rep needs to make a disclosure.
Chair, I need to disclose that I do have financial interest in this item.
So we will excuse you from participating in this item. Just step around for a minute and we'll have you back in just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I will move to approve.
Second.
Once the clerk gets back, we can proceed. We don't work without a clerk. So a motion to approve has been made by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Baldwin Day. Any discussion? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I'll just note, obviously, the youth representatives had not historically gotten compensation, but we recognize that it's a lot of hours for someone who's in high school and doing at least a portion of the work that we do. And so this is intended to be split equally among the three representatives, and I believe, just for folks' awareness, will be paid out later in the year. So again, recognizing that they are putting in a lot of time during the school year to participate and play this role. Thanks.
I'll add, this is not the first time the youth members have been compensated. It's been the last several years, and it's in the code. But what the code says is they'll be compensated essentially the term set by resolution. And so there has been some discussion internal to the branch that next year the resolution establishes the guidance for multiple years as opposed to just year by year. That is a conversation for another day, but members may see something along those lines to just set it and let it be. But for tonight, this matter is before us. So, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-388 has passed the body. We'll welcome the youth member back. Can someone find her? All right, next we have item 10D8, Assembly Memorandum 922-2025, recommendation of award of grant agreements to multiple organizations for alcohol tax fund evidence-based prevention grants for the municipality of Anchorage. This item was pulled by Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on this item.
Please.
So one of the organizations that is being funded in this item is the organization that I run, and so there's a direct conflict.
All right, a couple questions. The process by which you came to be awarded, was it a public and open solicitation?
Yes.
All right. And you were identified as an awardee under the process?
Yes.
Okay.
The organization.
Right,
Was, yeah.
the organization you run. I'm still going to find that you have an interest sufficient enough to preclude you from participating in this item, but I just want the record to be clear, publicly solicited and publicly responded to in competition with other organizations.
Correct.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and allow you to step off and we'll take care of this item. As this item was pulled by Mr. Presverdi, I'll ask what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Any discussion? Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize for the tardiness of this question, but can someone from the administration be prepared to answer a question for me? Especially if maybe it's the health department, those who are responsible for the operation of this. And again, I apologize for the tardiness. It's not my intent to kind of cause a moment at our last meeting, but there was a question that was raised to me along the journey, and I appreciate Mr. Perez-Verdia for stepping out of the room at this particular time. There were organizations that do good work in our community that we have previously funded that were funded less or not at all in this particular go-round, while at the same time, for example, Mr. Perez-Verdia's organization is not one that had been previously funded with this particular work, from my knowledge. Can you describe why some folks who have a track record of doing really good work were not prioritized, and why some new folks with different projects were?
Yes, great question. Kimberly Rash, Anchorage Health Department, through the chair. So it is based upon the evaluation committee evaluating the proposals that were submitted. So it all depends on the proposal that was submitted, if it was robust enough, if it had all the categories marked off, and so then they are then rank ordered. And that's why you see that some of them were not fully funded, because they are at the bottom of the rank. And we try to provide as much funding for each of the entities, so what they requested, and then rank order them all the way down until there's no more funding left.
I think that's the extent that I can get at this particular meeting. I will just describe, from my vantage point, programs that work need to continue to be supported to do the work. When we create expectations around effectiveness of programs, and folks take the time to build those expectations, it seems to me that we need to be able to live up to those expectations, especially when effective programming is happening in our community. And it is an interesting relationship between scoring a new program and whether or not we're weighting the difference between one that has an established track record. I don't know if that's one of the rubrics, but it seems to me that it's kind of frustrating when there are programs that do good work, want to do more good work, and we are having them kind of get back in the line of normal competition with folks that don't necessarily have the same track record. And I think that's a challenge for me moving forward that I want to make sure people are really clear of, especially considering we have very few operators. It's not like there's a sea of operators who are requesting these dollars that they're just falling in the cracks. The folks that I'm mentioning today, not by name, but I think there's some degree of some understanding of some of these types of projects, they'll be back again because they're still doing that work. We're still going to have this funding. And so new programs meets effective running programs, I think is kind of a tension that this body has been grappling with, and I just want to put it square on the table that it's on my radar as well. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms. Baldwin Day.
Director Rash, don't go far. Thank you. Yeah, I'm curious what our, whether we have a policy of any kind with respect to funding staff positions with these grant dollars. Could you talk about that just a little bit?
Through the chair, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
What is our policy or our thought process with respect to funding staff positions with grant dollars?
Are you asking the awardees and them staffing or the health department staffing? I'm sorry.
Oh, fair question. I'm specifically looking at the award to Rural Cap, which is to hire 4 new staff between 2 sites. And I think, well, perhaps germane to my colleague's comments about continuity, it seems that funding staff positions might actually create a challenge for an organization in the future in the event that they're not awarded the same grant funding in subsequent years. So I'm curious what the thought process was behind funding new staff positions as opposed to funding, existing programs or things of that nature.
Yes. So I think really what with alcohol tax is really the funding mechanism in which it starts a program or it starts an initiative, and then really looking at that organization to look long-term as to what they could do other funding-wise. So really this just being the pad to leap off of, and then really looking at what can they do and how can they be self-sufficient moving forward is really the thought process that goes into making those decisions.
And are grantees or potential grantees expected to articulate how they intend to become self-sustaining, or what other funding they're pursuing for that long-term continuity of programming?
Yes, they should be.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dean, don't go far yet. Chief Dean. Oh, Dean, why I keep saying that? Hold on. Parch, I keep saying Dean. It's Brian. Don't go far, Brian. Yeah, there's no Chief Dean. On a vote of 11-0 in the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes, AM 922-2025 has passed the body. Yeah, sorry, Chief Parch, I did that against Brian. I just want to say thank you to you for getting that AED in and installed, and the chief as well, in just the 2 weeks interim from our last meeting. It became clear in our last meeting that we did not have a life-saving device in this chamber that pretty much is essential, so thank you to the fire service for getting that in and up. Yeah. Now, see you later. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Yeah, thank you very much. Could save a life. All right, so next up we have on the agenda item 10D9. 10D9 is AM 926-2025, Amendment 1 with MV Transport Inc., MVT, to provide an increase to trips for professional paratransit and demand response services, pulled by Ms. Baldwin Day.
Thank you, Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin Day, second by Mr. Voland. Ms. Baldwin Day.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious if we have someone from Transit that could answer a couple of questions, or Public Works, or yay. Okay. Welcome, Director Rudolph. So I'm curious about this particular contract option. It's a pretty significant increase, 23% over the anticipated cost of the option period. And I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about what our options are going forward. Understanding that Anchor Rides is an extraordinarily important transit option in Anchorage. I'm wondering if there are ways that we could preserve this program and potentially not be in a situation in the future where we see this kind of increase in operational cost. Could you share what plans might be in the works or what you would suggest as far as managing costs for this program going forward?
Sure, thank you for the question. Bart Rudolph, Public Transit Director. We right now are at the mercy of a single contractor that can do the work. There's no other contractor in the state of Alaska that can perform this service without a significant lead time, talking 1 to 2 years. So this contractor, the price was driven largely by wage increases. They just had renegotiated the union contract. The drivers get paid significantly less than an Amazon driver would get paid, and they are dealing with our most vulnerable population. So rightfully so, the wages probably did need to increase. But with this short of notice, there's not a lot that we can do. We cannot change contractors at this point. The service is federally required. If we do not have this service, we cannot operate our fixed route people mover. But going forward, recognizing that we are kind of at the mercy of this single contractor, we are starting a study to see whether or not it would be cost effective to bring this service in-house. And we're going to do this study very quickly. It'll take about 3 months, so that if it is cost effective, we can get this service in place before the next contract renewal is up, which the price will increase. They've already given us the prices already. So we'll get the results of that study very soon and see if it makes sense to bring this in-house.
Excellent. That is all very good news, and I think I would love to preemptively invite you to share the results of that study at the April Transportation Committee meeting, if that works for you. Great. Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Anyone further? Seeing here none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 926-2025 is passed the body. Brings us to the last item on our consent agenda, item 10D11, Assembly Memorandum AM 928-2025, grant agreements to multiple organizations for services related to the prevention of domestic violence, sexual assault, and interpersonal violence for the municipality of Anchorage. This item was also pulled by Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin-Day, seconded by Mr. Volin. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you. I have questions for the Health Department. Welcome back, Director Rash. Understanding that emergency financial aid to survivors of domestic violence is absolutely a protective factor, and this kind of funding is really critical. I'm wondering what percent, this states that some of this is for emergency financial aid, some is for support for case managers. And I'm wondering if you can share what the percentage breakdown is for each of these three entities. How much of the $55,000 per entity is actually going to do that emergency financial support for survivors, and how much is allocated for supporting case management?
Through the chair, I would have to get back to you on the breakdown of the percentages. I don't have that in front of me. I will say this comes out of our specific cost center that is actually labeled ADVSAP, so I'll have to get back to you.
Okay. Apologies for springing a question on you without lead time. I would love to get that information separately. Certainly doesn't change my vote or my support, but would like to know what that looks like. Thanks.
Perfect.
Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, thanks. I have one additional question. Just can you refresh my memory? So I recall back when the alcohol tax started, it was around the time that a lot of state grant funding had been lost. And so I remember this program. Can you remind me, is Is this the same program that used to be funded by the state and then had a funding shortfall?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so we are just essentially continuing the commitment to pick up
Correct.
funding for this program?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mm-mm. So on this case, I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent. We're having a bit of a glitch. Normally, final actions, I try to get a recorded vote through the system. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? Hearing and seeing no objection, we'll consider this item passed unanimously, including the youth members. Now the buttons come up, but we'll just call it good and have our friends in IT come and figure this out. While we adjourn to our regular dinner break, if you're here for items on the consent agenda, they have all been moved and approved. So we'll come back in about half an hour for the rest of our agenda. Thank you all.
The sun is setting on our love. Somehow you kept me. Guess I haven't cried enough. I never came over. I'm sober. Let me love you down. Let me love you down. I never came over. I hate when I'm sober. Let me love you down. Let me. In your life, I know perfect moment to reach out and try. Grab peaches, all you deserve. Sweetness, serve with life is auspicious when you listen. So surrender yourself. With the snow to blanket the
I think we're about ready. So we'll go ahead and come back to order. Thank you, everybody. Just a note on our business tonight, if you were here for any items in the section of 10 on the agenda, those items are all concluded. So we're now on to item 11A, which is AO 2025-96, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the Municipality of Anchorage ballot proposition amending the Home Rule Charter to authorize a 1% sales tax to fund the Penny for Progress Strategic Investment Program. Public hearing was held. Action postponed from 9/9/2025, 10/21/2025, 11/18/2025. There is no motion before us. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Okay,
Second?
Mr. Martinez moves to postpone indefinitely, and the second was who? Ms. Baldwin Day. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I want to begin by describing that I'm encouraging my colleagues to vote to postpone this indefinitely, primarily because the environment isn't the right time for this wonderful idea. So, Chair, I speak with both urgency and reflection, and I want to step back and give a little history to understand what this item is and why it's the right time for a postponement. The origin of this particular item, Penny for Progress, comes from the work that we all did Some of the colleagues that aren't on this body anymore, Member Rivera was part of that work group around the Project Anchorage proposal. I brought forward a S version, which at that time was a 1.5% sales tax focused on infrastructure that we don't have resources to pay for today, identifying the fiscal crises to those challenges. But then, Chair, I stepped back and recognized in the defeat of Project Anchorage, we were lacking a few elements to help us make better decisions. I stepped back and authored what this body subsequently had approved, AR 2025-159, the Anchorage Economic Development Framework. This was referenced in the body of the original version of Penny for Progress. The framework identifies 4 pillars that we can use to determine good policy and determine good investments. Those pillars were stackable return on investment, preemptive resiliency to mitigate future shocks, a commitment to equity, and most importantly, truth was one of the core pillars. Knowing who we are, what we value, and what kind of city we want to be. Those choices cost. So Penny for Progress was rooted in that framework, designed to be intentional, strategic, and a shared investment tool, not a gimmick, not a Band-Aid, but a way to build around long-term, voter-approved priorities. What is Penny for Progress? Penny for Progress is a flat 1% sales tax, no caps, no exemptions, the original version. There are no property tax giveaways as well. How come, Chair? The reason that the original Penny has no exemptions is because no one here is exempt from the challenges of living here. We all have skin in the game, and no one's coming to save us. But along the journey, Chair, Penny had the opportunity to come before CEDC, had the opportunity to meet with community members in different groups. And the original Penny for Progress bucket, in my mind, was around infrastructure. Those infrastructural challenges that we have to take care of that we don't have the fiscal capacity to take care of. We'll get into that momentarily, Chair, and why it's important to postpone this item. And so, listening to folk, a few things emerged of if we want dedicated revenue, what are the priorities that the community recognizes? First, we want infrastructure, roads taken care of year-round. We want to make sure that the core infrastructure that keeps our city moving and connected works, is not deteriorating, is not falling apart. That costs resources. But then we also have a housing challenge. Mayor, you identified a goal, 10,000 housing. But the goal is not the thing. The goal represents a target. The target that says to us, we can put some numbers that we can focus on, but the reality is we have a housing problem in Anchorage. Not just a shortage, we have a decaying marketplace of old units that are falling out of the ability to be operational. We have new tools to help our municipality deal with these properties. That's how we know there's an issue here. So I thought that the bucket of Penny for Progress should be broken into more than infrastructure. Maybe the one penny could be broken into more than just one bucket. Infrastructure, what about a housing bucket? So the housing bucket was established as well, primarily because, again, we have a housing crisis. Young people can't afford to stay here, workers can't afford to move here, and seniors cannot afford to downsize. And without housing, there is no workforce, there is no economy. But Chair, everywhere we look, we see issues on our streets. Some of these issues parallel unhoused situations, but primarily I understand when we walk down the streets, a lot of our community members are seeing unmet behavioral and mental health needs. We are seeing trauma in our streets. I define that as trauma on trauma often, because we don't have the mechanisms robustly enough to deal with the challenges that we have. And we do a really good job with what we have. So I thank the mobile intervention team, thank the CAP team, thank all of the folks that work with the most vulnerable on our streets. But Chair, I went so far as this year to push this body to review possible legal action against the state or looking at the state for inadequately helping to address the state mental behavioral challenges that fall disproportionately to the hub city of Alaska, Anchorage. So we have the state's failed mental and behavioral health challenges happening right on our streets. I thought that was a priority bucket for us. So Penny for Progress was broken into 3 buckets: housing, infrastructure, and behavioral mental health. So one word, Chair, off to the side. Next time gubernatorial candidates want to pop in and you want to have a vision of what Anchorage should be doing right, how about you have a vision, if you want to run for higher office, of what you could be doing for Anchorage? How about recognizing the systemic challenges that Anchorage has as the hub city, as the hub of Alaska? And so, Chair, I move forward because in this chamber, as I got closer to this issue, we hear a few catchphrases that I wanted to just land on a little bit more firmly. I identify in Penny for Progress a fiscal crisis. This body has identified it as well. As I got closer to this issue, we recognize that long-term structural problems are not one-time budgetary fixes. But what is the nature of the problem that Penny was seeking to address? Chair, as I got closer to the data, I recognize that Anchorage has what we call a spatial mismatch. We have overextended our infrastructure footprint without the ability to pay for it. Let me put it a little more statistical for you all, Chair. The legacy of other people's money building our community no longer serves us. Even the school district's portfolio itself is right-sizing. What does that mean? Chair, the school district has a real estate portfolio that has real estate holdings for school to be extended beyond.
Hold on, Mr. Martinez, a point of order has been raised. Mr. Kirker, what's your point of order?
What does this have to do with the motion to postpone?
So generally speaking, a member has broad latitude to speak to their motion. So I'm not going to find that there has been a violation of our rules, but what I will do is ask the member to bring it back to the motion to postpone.
Chair, respectfully, on 4 occasions during my particular moment of speaking and testimony, I have brought it back to why this is the moment for a postponement. So I will continue, and to my colleague, hold your horses. The best is yet to come.
Hold on, I will say that that is out of order.
Right on, Chair. I appreciate that. Yep. Thank you. So, Chair, I identified as we got closer to this that, in fact, we do have a spatial mismatch. I put it, again, further fine point on it. ASD built a portfolio around those expectations, and right now they are right-sizing. They have real estate holdings for schools that will never be built because we will never have that population, but they projected that population at one point in time. Chair, the data also shows, with respect to the infrastructure bucket, that we have increased lane miles since 1970, 400% in Anchorage, but our population has only increased by 150%. So, Chair, everywhere we look, we see that there is a need for this particular proposal. I want to commend the mayor for stepping into this space as well. You've identified buckets that Penny has identified, but we've veered differently with respect to how we approach the fiscal cliff. Chair, the reason that I'm asking today for my colleagues to respectfully vote to postpone this item indefinitely is because this is the right policy, but it's not the right time. And the reason it's not the right time is it's not because our choices, it's not because the politics of our environment are too difficult to get through. We have to make difficult choices. But Chair, the reason I don't believe it's the right time is because the prices are too damn high. Terrible tariffs are finally landing in full force. As I looked at the CEDC, we explored how the Jones Act has basically created a 30% markup of all of our goods. Despite the exemptions in the S version of the Penny for Progress, which are the most progressive exemptions possible, I just can't ignore the fact that the economic environment has shifted on us, Chair. I also want to recognize again, Chair, that This framework was built, Penny for Progress was built around AR 2025-159. And so while stepping back from this particular item tonight, I do want to propose that we conduct policy audits through the lens of the economic development framework, utilizing the shared language of the framework to help us make better decisions. That's why I began this process with that framework and bring us back home. Tonight I'm asking for you all, my colleagues, to postpone this item indefinitely. Not because I've lost faith in this idea, not because the fiscal cliff isn't real. This is not a retreat. This is a strategic regrouping. I also want to send this signal to the administration. The values embedded in Penny for Progress are the right values. The way we strategically bring to the voters something they can approve, something they can see, something they can build trust in, something that cannot be changed unless the voters decide to change it, I believe those are the right elements for the framework. So let's take this as an educational opportunity. I certainly have, following the language of member Randy Salt, former member Randy Salt, keeping it short and simple. Penny was short and simple. It's a really good framework, a great idea. The timing is not right. I encourage my colleagues to let this move on tonight and bring back hopefully another time where the framework of Penny for Progress could advance the interests of our community. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak? The motion is to postpone indefinitely. Seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2025-96 has been postponed indefinitely. Next up, we have the clerk has asked me to hold for just a second. All right, so she says we can go. Next up, we have AO 2025-117, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt a 2% tax to fund public infrastructure and capital improvements to support housing, construction, cultural, and recreational facilities, and to provide for approval by a majority of the qualified voters voting on a question. This item public hearing was held. Action was postponed 10/21, 25, and 11/18. There is no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 13th.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone to January 13 by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, my recommendation is to postpone this. I know there's another revenue item that will be discussed at that meeting with the public hearing still open. But also I will say if folks are ready to vote on this, then I am also happy to have debate tonight. So that was my kind of starting move, but if others are interested in taking up this item, happy to do that as well.
Any further discussion? The motion is to postpone to January 13. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2025-117 will be back before us on January the 13th. Next, we have item 11C, which is AO 2024-123, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, and the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Hydropower to execute and enter into 3 agreements pertaining to the municipal public water supply and the Cluton Hydroelectric Project Fish and Wildlife Program. This item was continued from 1/21/25 to 11/25 through 18/25 and 4/8/25. Public hearing is held and referred to the Department of Law on 4/22/25 with a command that it comes back before us at the time when they believe they have it ready. And so I believe there's also until after they presented it to us at a work session, which we had, and there's also an S version. Yep, it's in there. So, which is, I don't think it's substantively different in the title. So I won't read it. So I don't believe there is a motion before us. What's the will of the body? Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley,
Second.
second by Mr. Boland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I guess, oh,
The
yeah,
S
sorry, I
version.
moved to approve the S version. Yeah, I would say I am not the most qualified person to speak on this item, so I would defer to others.
I'm sorry, Ms. Baldwin-Day, you have some items.
Yes, correct. Move Baldwin Day Johnson amendment number 1, please.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Baldwin-Day, second by Mr. Johnson. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Yeah, thank you. So this amendment removes a provision that restricts Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utilities' ability to make public statements, which is really inappropriate for a public utility or for the manager of a public utility to be prohibited from expressing concern or sharing information with the public, even if that information might be construed as negative about the Fish and Wildlife Program. So it seems like the appropriate time to remove that language. And that is the substance of this amendment. I request my colleagues' support.
Any discussion? Mr. Myers.
I'm just curious what the administration feels about this amendment.
Through the chair to Member Myers, we're supportive of this change.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Why is this language in code already? Why is there a restriction already? Was there a past? Usually they say codes are written in previous problems, so.
So I can speak to that. It's not in the code. It is in the previous agreements that were negotiated in the earlier phase of the 1991 agreement conversations with the parties relating to water supply, river kind of improvements to support the Fish and Wildlife Program. And so there are those who believe it should never have been there. There are those who agree that now is a good time to remove it. So that will unfetter our water utility from being able to speak plainly to us.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Number 1. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. Move Baldwin Day Johnson amendment number 2.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Baldwin-Day, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you. This amendment adds 2 sections to the resolutions and stipulates that the execution of these agreements will be contingent on CEA and MEA's support of the restoration of the vote of the municipality in the execution of the Fish and Wildlife Program. Rationale here is that we're implementing a major project here that involves considerable use of public resources, including municipal funds, for years into the future. And the municipality should have a voting stake in these decisions. The 1991 agreement that requires this work to be completed envisioned Municipality of Anchorage participation, and the fact that we currently do not have a vote is the subject of a proceeding before the RCA. And so this amendment indicates that that these agreements will be executed upon support from the other parties to the restoration of a per capita vote for the municipality.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate this amendment. Just to be clear, I'm just trying to understand. So what would need to happen is that support, it does not require the RCA to decide a certain way. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, we cannot compel the RCA to do anything, but we can request that our partners in this work support us in restoring a per capita vote.
Okay. Then, yeah, I think as long as it's something that's achievable and hopefully the other folks will engage in good faith on, then I just wanted to make sure that there's a way that these can become effective, so thank you.
I'm going to briefly speak to that as well. There are three things that are spelled out here. One is that they commit in writing to support in good faith before the RCA and other entities where it's appropriate that to help the municipality regain a per capita vote. The second part is that AHP submits a modified request for a per capita vote to the RCA, and then Chugach and MEA submit within a certain time frame support of that request. And so those are the three actions that would be required in order for this to become effective. And why that's important is that through the entire project over the last many years, a series of unfortunate events has occurred in which at a point after the transaction of the MLNP to Chugach Electric, outside of the terms of that agreement, the RCA performed an extraordinary action and said that forever you will not have a vote in the management and operation of the Anchorage hydropower utility, but they didn't actually say you won't have to pay for it though. And so we actually have to pay for it. And so your duty as an appropriator has been consumed by the RCA into this deal as it stands. And so in some ways what this will do is at least align the parties, Chugach, MEA, and Anchorage Hydropower, the municipality, in their efforts to undo some of that taking that has occurred, which will hopefully keep us from going to court and finding ourselves in an expensive litigation posture to retain the authority that you have as legislators and appropriators to steward the fisc of the public trust. And so I think that that's the ask of this amendment, and I support it. Anyone else? Seeing here none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the second amendment has passed. We're now back on the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? So for my part, I'll just say thank you to the attorneys for being as careful as possible with this process. In some ways, the adoption of this item puts a blessing on a harm that was done a long time ago. And it's not a blessing that I lightly move forward on because, frankly, it was a taking that was not justified under law. And so this, I believe, restores the posture of good faith and fair dealing and can provide the parties an opportunity to move forward and maintain that as collaborators towards a common goal. And so I hope that that's what this does. So with that, I would ask members to proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-123 as amended has passed the body. So now we move up the agenda to item 13B. Item 13. Oh, I'm sorry, 13A first. 13A. 13A is continued public hearing, AO 2025-59, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.90, access to public records, and AMC Section 3.30.016 to update the public records request and response procedures. Public hearing was 8/12/99, 10/7, 11/18, 12/2. No motion is pending. Ms. Silvers.
Motion to postpone indefinitely?
Second.
Motion to postpone indefinitely is made by Ms. Silvers, second by Ms. Barley. Ms. Silvers.
And so this has been a long process, and we've done a lot of collaboration in the respect of, the other departments that this is going to affect. And at this point in time, there's been a lot of changes, and we believe it's going to be better and easier just to bring back the changed version, probably in January.
And I'll add, I'm grateful to my peers for continuing to put it on there and also to push back on it continuing to be there because it has created the crucible in which the project proceeded to the point where now it's getting to its end steps before it's ready for introduction. And so that pressure was very welcome. Anyone else? Hearing seen none, members may proceed. The vote is to postpone indefinitely. On a vote of 12-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-59 has been postponed indefinitely. That now takes us to item 13B, AO 2025-115, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter requiring owners to register short-term rentals, amending Title 12 requirements related to tax reporting for hosting platforms, amending Title 21 to explicitly allow short-term rentals in all residential zoning districts and some commercial districts, removing bed and breakfast as separate use type and waiving planning and zoning commission review. There's also an S version, an ordinance AO 2025-115S. Gotcha. Okay. An ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter requiring owners to register short-term rentals, amending Title 12 requirements. I think I'll go ahead and skip to the S1, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter requiring owners to register short-term rentals, amending Title 12 requirements related to tax reporting for hosting platforms, amending Title 21 to explicitly allow short-term rental, hotel motels, extended stay lodging, hostels and inns in all residential zoning districts and some commercial districts. Then finally, there is an S2 version, AO 2025-115 S2, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter requiring owners to require short-term rentals, amending owners to register short-term rentals, amending Title 12 requirements related to tax reporting for hosting platforms, amending Title 21 to explicitly allow short-term rentals in all residential zoning districts and some commercial districts, removing bed and breakfast as a separate use type and waiving planning and zoning commission review. Okay, so this is a continued public hearing. And so for members of the public who didn't previously testify, you're allowed to come forward and testify now. There's a subsequent tax measure coming up, but the public hearing on that item is closed. So this would be the opportunity to speak on anything related to short-term rentals. We ask that you contain it to, generally speaking, the registration and other processes. So with that, the public hearing is open again. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome, Mr. Edgerton, speaking on behalf of yourself or G-Boss. All right, welcome.
On
Please
behalf of G-Boss.
State your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Edgington. I'm co-chair of Goodwood Board of Supervisors and the Housing and Economic Development Supervisor. First of all, I support, GBOS supports the S version. I believe that would extend to the S2 version as well, although we haven't explicitly mentioned it. It's basically the S version plus some amendments, and which do not change the essence of the ordinance. I wish I was standing here 7 years ago or even 5 years ago saying this. This is hugely overdue for our community. But the second best time to act is now. So again, I hope that the passage occurs tonight. This is the, hopefully if this passes, this is not the end of the conversation. There are several aspects of the ordinance that I think we need to understand better how it will be implemented. I look forward to the implementation happening and perhaps some adjustments in the near future. One thing that's really important for Girdwood is we are well beyond the point where registration is adequate. We're at the point where we have to be discussing how many short-term rentals is too many. That's not an easy discussion to have, and some of you may not be on the body when we get to that point. But that is something we need to discuss fairly soon. Although we do not have formal data, this resolution hopefully will bring in very good data, but we have estimates, and we have pretty solid estimates. And at the moment, we estimate that about a quarter of our housing stock is active as a short-term rental at some point during the year. So a quarter is a lot of the housing stock that is effectively not permanently resided in. It's had a huge impact on the long-term rental market in our community, as is common with many other resort gateway communities. It's something that needs to be dealt with. Other communities have imposed caps of 10%, of 15%, of 20%. I said we're at 25 at the moment. This is a discussion we have to have. I look forward to having that. Again, support the S2. Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard? Now is your opportunity. Okay. Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the S2 version.
Second?
Second.
So there is a motion to approve the S2 version by Mr. Boland. Who was the second?
Aaron.
Ms. Baldwin Day. Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So really appreciate the collaboration between my co-sponsors, members Baldwin, Day, and Johnson, as well as with the administration. And I first want to get the S2 here sort of up for discussion and moved. But I want to make it very clear that one of the things that this ordinance does, in addition to requiring registration of short-term rentals, is to explicitly allow them in code. What is already being de facto allowed, which is allowing commercial activity in strictly residential zones. Some of the public feedback we've received on a related item, which we will take up after this, has made an argument that we should treat hotels and short-term rentals the same in the name of fairness. And so for that reason, I would like to invite a conversation among my colleagues. And in order to do that, I'm going to amend to conform to the S1 version.
Second.
There is a motion to amend. What does that mean? Moved by Mr. Ball, seconded by Ms. Sorensen. What does it mean?
Replace the S2 with the S1.
Oh, so a motion to substitute.
Yep.
So there is a motion to substitute the S2 version with the S1. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. So what the S1 does, in addition to explicitly allowing commercial activity in residential zones via short-term rentals, is to also make hotels, inns, and hostels permitted uses in all residential zones, R1 on up. So if we should treat these the same, right? And I guess my question for my colleagues is, do they have the same economic harms and benefits? Do hotels and short-term rentals have the same impacts to neighborhoods? Do they have the same impacts on housing supply? Why or why not should we treat short-term rentals and hotels as the same or different? And so I just open that up to my colleagues. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I will take a bite at that apple. I think it is an interesting question, and I think, I guess one way to answer it would be to separate a discussion about a product that somebody is essentially purchasing or a service that they are renting, and setting aside that discussion and thinking about, what we consider to be, or kind of what is the premise of residential zoning. And I would also say there's an interesting question there of scale. For example, where I used to live is a street that has a recovery house on it, and it also has a hostel. And so the hostel is a commercial use. I can't speak to how long or if a lot of folks live in that building year round. So I would assume it's mostly being used, kind of as intended short-term use. But it is smaller in scale, and this is in an R2M zone. So I don't know the zoning for every parcel on that street, but I know in general it's R2M, and it's a mixed residential street, obviously with some commercial. There's also downtown, there's a couple B&Bs that I can think of that are kind of right on the border near a bunch of housing, but also in a commercial area. And that's a very small building that looks like a large house versus, what we would think of as some of the larger hotels downtown that are towers. And so I think that is an interesting question. I think realistically, the lot size and kind of what would be physically allowed on properties, or if you had to buy a bunch of properties and put them together, I think that does change the kind of scale of building that's allowed. And so I think the question would be, would anybody build any of those in the middle of a neighborhood, or would it simply convert more housing into a small hotel or a hostel or something like that? And so I think it is an interesting question to contemplate. And I guess for my part, I think of kind of land use regulation of certain types of uses or certain types of activities as distinct from policies in which we are looking purely at the revenue or the fiscal side. And so I guess for my part, I would say that the use table in general needs a lot of work. It is very specific. I see some folks nodding out in the audience who have dealt with the use table. But I would say that this is maybe not the way that I would approach making those changes at this time. So I think it is an interesting thought exercise, but I would not argue that these issues are also distinct. Thanks. Mr. Constant.
I just hope people understand the point that is being driven here. We heard some rhetorical flourish from members of the public that you can't treat Airbnbs different than hotels. That is literally part of the rhetoric that we heard earlier. So if you hear it again later today, then the argument doesn't hold water if you flip it the other way and look at it to say we could have consolidated properties and 8-story hotels in R1 districts. But that's what's happening in the Airbnb frame or the short-term rental frame. And so I think that I want to make sure to underscore that that thought exercise is valid. I also share Ms. Brawley's perspective that I don't support the substitution, and I think that they are separate and distinct uses. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that the point that I really want to make is that we are here extending a privilege to short-term rental owners to a certain business model that we are not extending to hotels. And so I think I just challenge us to think about what fairness really looks like in this instance. For sure, I share Member Brawley's I guess concern, maybe not concern, maybe that's too strong of a word, but her contemplation of scale, right, in neighborhoods. I think we all can recognize that. But yeah, I just hope that we can realize that the playing field in different ways between those different business models is not level. And I, for one, don't think that they need to be treated the same for that reason. That said, I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we're back on the main. Are there any amendments? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Crooker.
Just really quick question, clarification. The information that the hosts are providing, that's not public record, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll turn that over to the administration. Mr. Falsey.
I think we'd have to square it against our existing public records code. I think there are portions of it which may be withholdable under 390, but the ordinance itself does not say that these are all protected records that cannot be disclosed.
So so there's a scenario where somebody's personal information, if they're a host, could be discoverable that wouldn't otherwise be. I'm not sure what exactly that would be, but just want to make sure I'm trying to get my head around it.
Through the chair to Member Gerker, I think this would be very akin to a lot of our other regulated facilities where if you want to know the name of who is operating the marijuana license or formerly the massage parlor or who's owns a piece of property, that is all publicly available information.
Ms. Baldwin-Dick.
Yeah, just wanted to speak briefly to what is contemplated here. The goal is to create to, on the one hand, say that short-term rentals are an approved use type in residential zones, which they currently are not. Short-term rentals are not included in our code at all. And then to say that we expect short-term rental operators to register for free in a very simple fashion their operation with the city. This is not a licensure question, it's a question of registration. And that registration will entail the kind of data that we need to understand what the true impact of short-term rentals may be here in the municipality. So that would be Eagle River, Chugiak, all the way out to Girdwood. And what we've attempted to do here is to give sufficient time both for the clerk and IT to implement the software changes that are needed in order for this registration to be available online and to be easy to access, and then to give a period of time for registration to occur before we begin to assess compliance. So we have interfaced at length with both folks who represent the hosting platforms, folks who operate short-term rentals here in town, and also folks in the planning department to come to you with this particular proposal. So I would appreciate your support, as would my colleagues and all of the wonderful folks in the administration who have been sorting this out with us for weeks and weeks on end. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Bry.
Thanks. Yeah, and I understand the prior comments, the members' concern about privacy, but I also know these folks are supposed to be paying our bed tax currently, and so I know there's provisions, just like any tax-paying business, that information can be held confidential to a point, but also the intent is that information is generally public. My question is, it looks like I know the effective date was bounced around a little bit as this ordinance moved ahead, so it looks like now it's effective May 1st. So my question to the sponsors, or maybe council or the clerk, would be, so anyone who has a short-term rental, what would need to happen by May 1st? Is there a grace period? I think I read that in the ordinance. So just to be very clear, when this would go into effect and then what people would have to do. I think that'd be helpful.
So we've been told that the actual registration platform itself will be ready to roll out in early January. Hosting platforms have agreed to push that information out to their respective hosts, let the hosts know that they will be required to input a registration number into their listing, and then as of May 1, we'll be expecting compliance with a 30-day grace period to extend to June the 1st before we would be doing any kind of spot checking of registration and whether or not that's happening.
Thanks, that's helpful. And just to say as well, I know we're not the first community to do something like this. I know the city and borough of Juneau has had a registration in place and has said it has been working pretty well. And I know we're also not the only community in the United States to do this. And so I'm glad that we have precedent to look to, and also at least that the hosting platforms are used to implementing this kind of policy. Thank you.
Myself, and thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to make sure this gets in the record. It's been several years now, 3 mayoral administrations, but we had a treasurer named Dan Moore who was the sole fiduciary for the municipality, very conservative financial individual. And this question came up in about 2018, like, how do we know who's paying taxes to the muni under the short-term rental programs? And his response absolutely shocked me. His response was, we just trust them, they write us big checks. And that was a shocking response to me. And we've been looking for a way to figure out how to close the loop on accountability and ensure not only that the short-term rental operators who are being successful are in fact paying, I believe they are, but are we receiving the actual payments that we are owed in the amounts we are owed? There is no way for us to verify that. And so how do we know we're not losing $1 off of every rental or a penny or anything? There is no way to check. And so this tool, if adopted, will help to provide us an accountability trail that will allow auditors to actually look in and see, are we collecting and being remitted the payments that are being owed? And so I think in some ways it's protective of the operator as well, because it will ensure fidelity that the funds go where they're supposed to go. So I do urge your support. Ms. Silvers.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think as far as short-term rental registration goes, this is a pretty modest proposal. I've been looking at proposals around the state, or not proposals, but policies around the state, as well as around the U.S. And for example, Wasilla, if you have a short-term rental in Wasilla, they want to be able to inspect 3 years of your books. And so this is really, really modest, I think, in comparison with some of the other things that we have going around the state. And I support this. Thank you.
Then anyone else? I'll just note that the branch has reserved a certain amount of funds, and we're investigating also quite an interesting software package. The software package is a third-party provided tool by Deckard Technologies called Rentalscape, and it provides very, very, very thorough information. And so we'll have that conversation coming in the future. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify the effective date to make sure that wasn't lost. The effective date in the S2 version is May 1st, which does give us time to have the registration system go live and for the platforms to attend to the changes they need to make. And then the grace period is 90 days. So we're looking at July 31st when the registrants actually have to be in place.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 2, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-115 S2 has passed the body, which brings us now back to item 11D. Item 11D is AO 2025-97, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the home rule charter to authorize a tax on short-term rentals. Public hearing was held and closed. Action postponed from 9/23, 10/21, 11/18, 12/2. There is no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
So there's a motion to approve by Mr. Voland, second by Ms. Silvers. Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now we have explicitly permitted short-term rentals in all residential zones. So that's a difference between hotels and short-term rentals. I would argue there are additional differences. I won't speak to this for too long at this point because I know there are some amendments, but I would argue that there are, one of the economic benefits of short-term rentals is that it, for some people, makes housing more affordable in that they may be able to rent out a unit or a room in their property and help subsidize their mortgage or other cost of housing expenses. But I think that short-term rentals can also cause an economic harm, and that is that they remove units from the market. They reduce the supply of housing units, and I think that they do have an impact on the cost of housing. We heard from one member of the public who testified before us when we had our public hearing that the property or the management company that he works for owns and or manages 50 units, about 20 of which had been converted from long-term units. And that's just one member of the public testifying. So we know that there is a scale of properties that are being converted from long-term units. We also know that many of the short-term rentals in Anchorage are not just rooms in a house. They are entire properties that are being rented out and, again, removed from the market for those who want to truly reside in Anchorage and be part of our community long-term. So what I'm trying to do with this, and I believe what my co-sponsor, Chair Constant, is trying to do with this, is reframe what can be an economic harm and use it for good. Use these revenues for long-term housing, in support of long-term housing. That being said, I would like to move Constant Volin Amendment number 2. If I could get a second.
Second.
Thank you. What that does
Hold
is...
on 1 second. So, a motion to amend by Mr. Volin, seconded by Silvers. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the sort of the
Sorry, Ms. Baldwin-Day was the second.
Yeah. One of the economic positives that I mentioned is that renting out an additional unit or a room in a house can help people with their own housing affordability. I think a lot of people who are looking to break into the housing market are looking, at duplexes or properties with ADUs for that reason. So this amendment directs the administration to prepare an implementing ordinance that an owner-occupied exemption be included. And so I hope that my colleagues will support that. Thank you.
I'm going to ask for a slight amendment. I have myself in the queue. Amendment to the amendment, or maybe
Mr. Constant?
sponsors just change it. Instead of saying in a building, can we say on a property?
Yes.
So I think that's just more to the point of what I was aiming for. So the sponsors and the second don't mind that? The sponsor agrees.
Member Baldwin-Day as the second.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so it's Thank you. Anyone else in the queue on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes, that amendment has been approved. Ms. Gerker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Gerker Amendment 3.
I'll second.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Gerker, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead, Mr. Gerker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, what this amendment is a 5-year sunset. This is something I've mentioned before and in previous work sessions as well, as we've talked about revenue mechanisms. The essence of this is that every 5 years from here on out, this question would go back to the voters for reauthorization. We hear a lot of sweeping language and grand promises every time we're being pitched on a new tax. And it would be nice to let the voters have that ability to exercise oversight and accountability if in 5 years it hasn't actually delivered on those promised results. So essentially, that this amendment is a sunset. If it doesn't deliver the results and the voters aren't happy with it, they can nix it in 5 years.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. So I understand the concept of the policy. What I'm wondering is if I can get confirmation, this seems to say that there would not be affirmative action by the assembly or by a petition. It would simply be that the clerk submits this to the voters. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So I'm wondering, is there precedent for that? Because I mean, I know generally speaking, most things flow through the assembly, bonds, other issues. There's also the petition process. And so I just wonder if this would be, it's not unique, obviously, in the United States, I'm sure, but I'm wondering if it's unique to Anchorage. So I just wonder if there's been precedent from this. I don't know if council has any perspective on that.
Well, that's a good question, Sprawley. I'm not sure we have precedent in our charter for this exact type of process. However, we have a lot of charter requirements that the Assembly implements through Assembly action, and I don't think this would be that different, actually. But I would also note that this language is sort of modeled after our Alaska's constitution, which directs the lieutenant governor to put on the ballot every 10 years the question whether there should be a constitutional convention in the state of Alaska. And so I actually modeled this language after that. And so there is precedent, I guess, at a different level of government.
Okay, thanks. And so it doesn't, what I'm hearing then is it's not something we have done in Anchorage or in the municipality, but it's not prohibited by, or it's not in conflict with some requirement that says it has to be done another way.
Yes, and I would note, I suppose, if this passes and becomes part of our charter, and then in the 5-year time frame, the Assembly doesn't take action to implement that, then I guess the Assembly isn't following its charter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. To the sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Gilkert, what is the evaluation tool that you propose utilizing to determine whether or not it worked or not?
Well, the beauty of that, Mr. Martinez, is it's up to the voters. It's up to the voters to decide. So if the voters look at this and go, you know what, I'm not seeing all this new housing that we're promised we're going to get. I'm not seeing any of these benefits from this, then they get to decide on that. It's not a determination for you or me.
So essentially, just to follow up on that thought and the question, which voters get to determine that? So like, this year, let's say, for example, hypothetically, voters today get to vote on a proposal. And in 5 years, is it the same people voting on a proposal? Is it different folks? How do you contemplate that?
Mr. Martinez, do you know how elections work? So in 5 years, whoever is a registered and eligible voter in 5 years, they would be able to vote.
Point of order.
And that is fair.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
First, what is your point of order, Mr. Martinez?
It was a direct request of, or comment to me of whether or not I know if elections work.
So I think that, in essence, we have a custom here in which members are able to ask other members questions. And I think that it is becoming apparent that what we need to do is if a member has questions, they should ask the questions, and then another member who would respond should get in the queue to respond. Because otherwise, we get back into these debates that are generally outside of our rules of procedure and aren't really very beneficial to the process. When it's not in a contentious environment, it seems pretty easy, but when we get more contentious. So I'm going to offer that I think that I will sustain the point of order, but all parties are essentially creating it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Member Martinez, that was a rude comment of mine. I apologize.
Well, I appreciate the apology. And just to square off the answer, essentially, the amendment terminates, sunsets this particular proposal in 5 years, or it sends it automatically to the voters for them to reauthorize. And my question was, what is the evaluation tool that would be utilized by both us to determine certain things, or whether it's the public? And so essentially, shared language, I think, is important when we're thinking about the impact with voters. And then also, Chair, I would just suggest that elections do work, and so because they work, the voter always has the right to remove the people who voted on things that they didn't want in the first place. So the voter has the right to remove any member of this body or any elected official who, if they didn't agree with our decision-making. So the voter has power in all of these cases, but tools of evaluation are important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you. Conceptually, I'm not opposed to this. However, I think based on the amount of revenue that this tax is expected to generate relative to the activities that have been proposed through the yet to be developed housing fund, rough math says we're really only looking at 30-ish million by 2032 if every year's worth of tax revenue was simply deposited into that fund and not touched. And if we're contemplating things like infrastructure loans or property acquisition or commercial building conversions, we would only just be cracking the possibility for those types of activities in year 5, maybe. Because all of those are very expensive, capital intensive propositions. So I'm not sure that it's realistic to expect that there would be a visible product from the fund that would be the result of this tax within a 5-year period. While I appreciate the emphasis on allowing voters to decide whether or not a tax is working, I'm not sure that we would have enough capital to even know that before it was back in the hands of voters, which seems like potentially, cutting off possibility at the knees rather than allowing for real capital development to happen. So I think for this particular tax with this particular revenue structure and this particular intent, I'm not sure that a 5-year sunset is something that I would personally be able to support.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd just like to point out that even without the adoption of this amendment, it would still be a prerogative of the Assembly in any given year to contemplate a ballot measure that would put this back before the voters to decide whether or not to sunset or repeal this tax if we, in fact, choose to put it on the ballot and it is approved this year. So I don't think we in any way, shape, or form tie our hands, but I do take issue with this idea that we sort of presuppose that this is a question for 2032. Code and the charter even is always subject to review if this body approves putting something on the ballot and the voters support it. I don't see why that necessarily needs to happen at somewhat, I would argue, arbitrary periods of time. I mean, if this does in fact go into effect, then we could decide next year or the year after, or 3, 4, 5, 10 years, a future assembly could determine that that is simply the time where it's not achieving the desired effect and it should go back to the voters. I don't see why 2032 needs to be the year that we contemplate it. And I also do not generally like to take the position of I am going to presuppose what is the correct action in 2032. I will certainly not be on this body at this time, and so I do not want to dictate to future assembly members the position that they need to take regarding whether or not it's appropriate to continue a short-term rental tax. And I understand that we're sort of making the determination for them, so to speak here, but I think that would be a better question for them to decide at the time that they're contemplating it, not us. So for those reasons, I'm disinclined to support this amendment.
Mr. McCormick.
Yeah, I appreciate this amendment. I think right now the voters will be basing their decision on very little data. If we're talking about what data we're basing decisions on, this is purely being based on the trust of this body and administration to properly spend this money. And if they do, if this does pass, if this overall tax does pass this body and moves on to pass by the voters, they're doing so with only the trust that we will be able to enact the promises that we're saying this income will generate. I think it's fair, as we just passed a database to track short-term rentals, that then in 5 years we will have more concrete data to look back and say, we've implemented a new tax. Did it work? Do we have more available long-term housing? So for that reason, I'll be in support of this. Thank you.
All right, anyone else on the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 3 to 9, the amendment has failed to pass. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Johnson Amendment Number 1.
Motion to amend by Mr. Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. Seconded by Ms. Baldwin Day. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will just go ahead and preview that I have some concerns about the underlying ordinance, and so I think my comments to this amendment are not necessarily going to reflect where I stand on the underlying proposal. However, what I will say, if it is the will of this body to put this on the ballot and to consider adopting a short-term rental tax, then I think this would be a necessary amendment. I mean, the rationale for this tax is that short-term rentals have impacts on the housing market and the housing stock, and therefore this is a way to raise revenue to address those impacts. And I think when I look at one of the communities I represent, Girdwood, which is very unique and distinct and has a very separate, I would say, housing market, I think it is necessary in my mind that if we're going to try and address housing as it is impacted by STRs, then that is where a portion of those funds, I would say a proportional portion of those funds should be dedicated. I think if the intent of this is to collect these funds and then just spend them more generally across the board or on a per capita basis, we would be failing entirely to achieve the underlying goal and the rationale basis for this proposal. So again, I'm not speaking to my general thoughts on the underlying proposal, but I will say I do feel strongly that if it is in fact the intent of this body to try and create a revenue source to affect or improve conditions in the communities that are most impacted, then Girdwood should be very much top of mind. And I think it is only fair to say that the revenues generated in that community stayed in that community for investment.
All right, Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm torn on this amendment. On one hand, I do understand the rationale and appreciate it, that the parts of our community, the neighborhoods that are most impacted, perhaps they should see benefit. On the other hand, really the underlying goal to me of the ordinance is to help create, for the municipality to help create long-term housing where it's feasible to create it. And you know, if we're going after, if it's our goal to align with the mayor on 10,000 units in 10 years, you know, I know that we're going to have to be able to create that housing at scale, and we're going to have to do it at a certain density. And I don't know that Girdwood is necessarily the community that wants to see high density. You know, so I'm thinking of key sites that could be activated, like 3rd and Ingra, like the National Archives site, like the Totem property in East Anchorage. Where can we really build multifamily housing, attainable housing for families that want to live here? And so I am interested to hear what my other colleagues may think about this. But yeah, it's something to contemplate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, as you all may have noticed, the system has crashed, and so Ms. Silvers.
Yeah, I am opposed to this amendment. So there was assembly member questions that were sent to the sponsors, and I just want to read the response to one of the questions. We could create a strategic guide similar to the one that we created for the alcohol tax, which would help us understand what the greatest needs, barriers, expenses are when it comes to housing construction, and help us prioritize investments in a way that will maximize the impact of the housing fund. This amendment is in direct opposition to the stated goals of this fund, which are to maximize its impact. Instead, it adds administrative burden, and it prevents the tax from being used in the most effective way or how and where it's needed most. It takes an already small pot of money and it divides it into even smaller pots, further decreasing its effectiveness. I'd like to ask a question. You don't actually have to answer it. It's a rhetorical question. But how much of the HLB fund has been appropriated into the Holton Hills development? And is that funding muni-wide or is it area-specific? The answer to that is a lot of money from muni-wide funds. And so what this amendment really kind of feels like to me is what's yours is mine and what's mine is mine. And it's not a really great feeling looking at that. The impacts of short-term rentals are felt municipality-wide. Rising housing costs are felt acutely by residents across the municipality. This amendment says that we are a community divided, not one that is in this housing crisis together. I think that this amendment takes what could be a good policy and it turns it into one that is divisive, adds unnecessary bureaucratic complexity, and it uses taxpayer money in a way that is not the most efficient nor impactful. And you know, I just want to add also, when I'm reading the rationale for this amendment, And it says that impacted community should be the community that benefits. Is the municipality of Anchorage not one unified community? And should our resources be used most effectively across the municipality? Thank you.
All right, I think the queue is back up. Are you next, Mr. Voland? You're out. So, Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for maybe someone in the administration to help me out. How many housing units were created with the bed tax? The current bed tax?
Through the chair to Member Martinez, I'm not sure that's an easy question to answer. The current bed tax is 12%. 1/3 is dedicated to the convention centers, so no housing is generated by that. 1/3 is dedicated to the promotion of tourism, so only in a very, very maybe indirect way could that be related to housing. The final third, well, 4%, goes into general government. So I guess I'd have to do some dollar tracing to see if there's any reason to say that that 4% went directly to any of the housing supportive needs, but certainly not in a way that is definitely apples to apples. A goes directly to B.
Right, and thank you, I appreciate that. And it's not directly linear. And the reason that I raise that is because the bed tax has been a topic for us as well to discuss and to explore. We're reviewing and potentially approving the Visit Anchorage contract as well. That's related to the bed tax. And so it seems that there's some real important work that we could do beyond this particular issue today with respect to the amendment and the data that we don't have. So I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment has been around for a while, and when I first saw this amendment, I thought it was an interesting idea. But then the more that I started thinking about it, the more that I think I agree with a lot of the sentiments that Member Silver stated. I do think that this sets a bad precedent if we look at taxation and look at the jurisdictions which give the tax should get the tax benefit. And if you look at property taxes and look at the story that property taxes tell, and if you want to apply that same logic to property taxes, me oh my, that's a can of worms I don't think you want to open. So I would urge that we do not support this amendment, but certainly I think we can look at communities that are seeing disproportionately negative impacts from short-term rentals, how we can, should this tax measure even get to the ballot and should it get approved by the voters, how we can look at affecting those particular communities, because a lot of this amendment's really focused on Girdwood, I believe, and Girdwood has made a case that it's being negatively impacted by short-term rentals. So I think it's a worthy discussion to have, but I don't think the form that this amendment comes in is the right one to do it.
All right, since you've already spoken to it, we'll let Mr. McCormick go first. Mr. McCormick.
I was going to reiterate what my fellow member for representing South Anchorage was saying, in that I do believe this is a well-targeted amendment. If we do want to talk about property taxes and getting value for a dollar, what the People Mover, the 5th largest line item on the budget, and South Anchorage and Eagle River don't have, I guess South Anchorage has one stop. So we are paying in for a very large line item budget, receive very little to no service from that, and now we're saying Girdwood is heavily impacted, and they would like a cut of that money to stay there and talking about helping the community that's impacted. So I think I'm going to be in support of this amendment.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't want to belabor these points, but I want to make two quickly. First, when it comes to, I very much do not want to go down the road of relitigating the Holton Hills experience. And yes, that was a significant investment the municipality made, but it was one that was made against my objections and the objections of the community of Girdwood. So to suggest that this was the sort of investment that Girdwood was looking for, I think, is to mischaracterize that issue. But I don't think that's necessarily germane to this question here before us. I think the argument I would make is that housing in Girdwood is not interchangeable with housing in the Bowl, right? I'm not arguing that we should break this down by specific assembly districts, because frankly, for most people, whether it's affordable housing in South Anchorage East, downtown, those are fairly easy to move within those spheres and go where the funds are best deployed. And I think generally that is reasonable in terms of how we contemplate revenue and how we spend it within the bowl. But Girdwood is very much in a different circumstance. And we can see that reflected in just the realities of their housing market today. A single-family residence in Girdwood costs twice as much as it does in the bowl. Building more homes in Anchorage does nothing for the community of Girdwood, where it is becoming all but impossible for working class families to live. I mean, the costs are severely prohibitive there, and building a house in East Anchorage or even South Anchorage is not going to do anything to alleviate that concern. And so I will not belabor it, but yeah, again, I'm not saying that we need to split this down into two finite categories. But if our intent is to meet the need, then Girdwood is where that need is most acute. It is where most of this revenue would be realized. And simply saying we'll build housing in other parts of Girdwood is not in any way, shape, or form a practical or effective solution for that community.
Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to correct my colleague's statement that People Mover is the 5th largest line item in the municipal budget. It definitely is not. The People Mover budget is actually quite small compared to maintenance and operations, police, fire, et cetera. So I just want to be sure that we're being accurate when we're talking about municipal budget line items. Secondly, I think, going back to the actual volume of funding that's going to be flowing into this theoretical housing fund, everything that's contemplated for whether that is infrastructure investment, whether it is some sort of patient capital, whether it is direct funding to potential home buyers, all of those things require a critical mass of money. And I think the point is well taken that from a practical standpoint, when we're really only talking about $1.6 million potentially in the first year, anywhere up to maybe $5 million in a year. Those funds will do more and better work if they are aggregated as opposed to divided. Because having a nest egg, having critical mass of funding is really important to do these larger projects at scale. So while I absolutely empathize with the need for additional attainable workforce housing in Girdwood, there's no question about the impact of short-term rentals in Girdwood, irrespective of the ordinance we just passed to create a registry. What's happening in Girdwood is clear. And also, I think restricting funds in this fashion truncates possibility in Girdwood because it does not allow for that aggregation of revenue in a way that can then be leveraged efficiently and effectively. And certainly nothing about this precludes Girdwood from being to having a project or being a beneficiary or recipient of these funds as they're currently designed. So from a strictly practical standpoint in terms of pulling revenue together in a way that creates possibility, I don't think subdividing the dollars into buckets makes a lot of sense. That said, I would hope that if this were to pass and if this fund came into being, that Girdwood would be in line for some kind of project that would make attainable workforce housing possible in their community.
So I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Two things. One, I'll just note also that the People Mover budget is funded mainly by federal grants dedicated to the purpose of delivering bus services. And so actual general fund commitments, even though the bus service People Mover is low on our overall hierarchy of departments funded, it's even lower if you look at it from a real dollars perspective, a general tax dollars, because it comes from the support of the federal government. And to move people around, generally speaking, who have financial challenges to get to where they need to go to work and live and play. And so Mr. Johnson, I'm trying to read this language and understand how it's drafted. Does it suggest that the money shall be spent in the places where it was raised? Or does it say that effectively the money will be divided among these three regions? Because I can't get that from the language.
I will just say my intent in crafting this was the former.
Former meaning to be where it is raised. So this conversation is really frustrating for all of us for the lack of data. That's the piece that is making it almost impossible for us to have a truly fact-based conversation on this. And it's tricky. So I understand the spirit. I think Girdwood and actually downtown are the two parts of town that bear the downtown, meaning South Addition and areas around, where I hear the most complaints from neighbors when they're trying to find a place. I know it happens across the bowl because I've looked to see where rentals are available. It's pretty limited impact in other parts of town. And so for my part, I'm not sure where I land on this amendment. I'm still chewing on it, and I think that I want the record to be really clear that it means where the revenue is generated, not there will be an equal distribution or some other way of calculating it. So that's helpful for me. Thank you. Mr. McCormick.
I did want to clear the record that I was incorrect in my reading the data. Public transportation is actually the fourth largest at $34 million. So, but it's probably not that much money. I digress, and I'll be in support of this.
Okay, Mr. Kirker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to highlight, I think I've heard multiple folks up here say that they hope these funds would go towards helping out Girdwood. I know how we can guarantee that these funds go to helping out Girdwood, which is to support this amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Anyone else on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 5 to 7, the amendment has failed to pass. We're back on the main motion. And the youth member votes. Thank you.
No.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So while we just passed an ordinance that would require registration, it is going to help us procure additional data, more data. But for me, that piece was also just as much about compliance. And I think should this piece pass, that will come in handy. It'll be very useful. That being said, I want to say it is incorrect to say that we have no data. We actually do have information about short-term rentals. AirDNA is a website that provides information about listings on Airbnb and VRBO. According to AirDNA, right now there are 2,744 total available listings just on those two platforms. Of those, 85% are in an entire home. So not just a private room in someone's house, but an entire home. That could be a unit in a multifamily property, that could be a single family home, that could be an ADU. So that is about 2,330 housing units that are being used as short-term rentals that could be used as long-term rentals. Also, of the current listings, about 90% of those are available for more than 90 days. So we do have some data to inform this policy. And I just want to go back again to comparing hotels versus short-term rentals for a moment. We talked about some of the economic positive of, a short-term rental in an owner-occupied situation. But hotels also create opportunity for housing. In fact, the Assembly, we've had some good success with conversion of hotels to housing. But sometimes hotels are used by folks for housing independently. When I was in optometry school, your fourth year, you do clinical rotations. And one of those is internal, you do it on campus, and 3 of the rotations are traveling rotations. So while my school was located in the Portland, Oregon area, I had a rotation at the Veterans Hospital in Spokane. And the most affordable form of housing that I could find at that time was in an extended stay hotel with a little kitchenette. I don't even think it had an oven. It had a microwave and a sink. And so I think that that's also something to consider. Is here you have one business model removing housing from the market for long-term units, whereas you have one potentially providing it. We also, as I already touched on, where are we allowing these types of business models? We are, in a sense, giving preferential treatment to short-term rentals by allowing them in residential districts, but not hotels. And so just getting back to that question of fairness, and I'll just say, every time that we've had a conversation about deregulation and zoning reform and housing reform, and I've been a member that has been very engaged on that issue, whether it's been triplex, fourplex reform, the home initiative, changes to heights in B3. One of the things I often hear from at least my constituency is, why aren't you doing anything about short-term rentals? And so this is me trying to be responsive to that in a way that I feel does not overregulate what people can do on their private property. I'm not saying you can't have a short-term rental. For my part, I don't really want to go down that path. But I want to reframe the conversation around short-term rentals and say, how can we use this? If we're going to allow this, how can we use this business model for the good of Anchorage and those who want to be part of our community, part of our economy long-term? I don't believe that an additional 5% is going to cause people not to book short-term rentals and continue to come to Anchorage. I think we're going to continue to be the popular tourist destination that we are. Visit Anchorage is going to help us put that message out, continue to do that work. So people are going to keep coming here. They're going to keep booking short-term rentals. They're going to keep booking hotels. And I think we just have an opportunity here to build a fund over time. As Member Baldwin Day has pointed out, it's going to take some time to build up the funds. About $5 million a year coming in. We're going to have to save up that kind of money to really catalyze meaningful projects. But we can do that. And I would just, I'd like the opportunity to put something like this before voters and let them make the decision and weigh in on what their feelings are about the impacts of short-term rentals on our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Silvers.
Short-term rentals come with certain impacts to the community, both in higher housing costs, fewer long-term rentals, and more traffic, wear and tear, and maintenance expense on our neighborhood infrastructure from what is essentially a commercial use. Many localities are currently grappling with these impacts in their local communities, and they're coming up with different policies to help mitigate the impacts. For example, Wasilla has a cap on STRs, which actually, as a policy, creates expensive secondary market for permits, and it interferes with private property rights. So a cap is not a direction that I would want to go. I do support this proposal being put on the ballot as a policy choice that really does help mitigate the community-wide impacts of short-term rentals, and it helps steer us towards more of what we need, which is long-term rentals. So if you really want the community to do something about the negative impacts of short-term rentals across the municipality, this is the policy to do that with. This is the policy that goes further, as the speaker from GBOS stated, that was needed. So I would like to see this go before the voters to decide. I support this, and I ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a question for the sponsors, and because I know this has been said before. So is the goal to reduce the number of short-term rentals or simply to increase the price?
Neither.
So I guess then, can you elaborate? So in general, when you increase the price on something, especially when there's a similar product on the market, it will push demand to that other product. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, I understand the broad intent, the concern about short-term rentals. There's multiple options we have on the table to further regulate them, but I'm trying to understand why we would use tax policy to do that.
I would offer it's a harm reduction approach, and what it's doing is taking resources and applying them to the solution that we're working on, which is housing, investment in infrastructure. So it's not limiting the market, it is providing a venue for the market to support offsetting the impacts that it creates in much the same way as we're funding childcare with marijuana dollars or services that come from the alcohol tax. My intent is not to tell people who drink alcohol, some people it is, to stop them from drinking. That is not my intent. It's to generate revenue to support services. It's certainly not to tell people to stop smoking marijuana or purchasing marijuana products. It's to offset the impacts with some positive value set. And so it's neither about the revenue for the purpose of having general fund expenditures, nor is it about stopping people from operating these entities within the neighborhoods. It is simply about adding a value off of something that is creating a harm.
Yeah, thanks for that. So I guess I've thought a lot about this one, and of course, we're in this bigger conversation about how to, really how to pay for the city that we have, whether it's maintaining what we have or being able to expand. And so I think a lot about tax policy, and for my part, I still don't believe that this is the best tax policy that the city should pursue, and I've been consistent about that. And I would be interested to see, as we proceed with the short-term rentals, kind of what more we find out. Granted, we don't have, it's not that we don't have data, as Member Volin said. We will have a lot more granular data, I think, or a better picture of what we're looking at. But yeah, I guess I'll just conclude by saying I don't believe this is the most effective tax policy. I know that a lot of the communities that this policy is based on are ones where there's a state cap on what the bed tax in that state or lodging tax can even be. And so there were, as there often are, creative workarounds to find other ways to effectuate tax policy or gain revenue when the default path is not available. But so I guess I come to this discussion with skepticism that this is the right move. And also, given the other kind of revenue discussions, I do wonder if this is the time or if this is the right thing to put before voters, given all of the kind of other economic headwinds that we are facing. But that said, I'm very interested to hear what others say. Thanks.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Will the sponsors give me an example of what an investment in housing from this fund might look like? Give me a sense of and I realize that this may be difficult at this point, but if this is voted and approved by the voters, what are some of the investments that they might expect?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We discussed that in the work session, and we also, there's one of the things attached to the ordinance is some responses to some questions that Member Brawley had submitted to us, and it details some of those things. But I think that there's all kinds of creative things that we could do to pave the way for housing development. That could be infrastructure upgrades. So the municipality as a partner could put in a road to a new subdivision so the developer doesn't have to, or a sidewalk. You know, those offsite improvements that we hear so often from developers are very costly. It could be utility upgrades at that are needed to activate key sites. For instance, there is a master plan for 3rd and Ingra that Chair Constant was very involved in at the time. And this is a few years old now, so we all know costs have gone up, but that master plan identifies $2.5 million of needed utility upgrades at that site to create the type of housing that master plan envisioned. So utilities. I also think it could be public-private partnerships. I think we've seen that modeled, for instance, with the Block 96 development downtown, where ACDA was helpful with building some of the parking garage for that facility, and potentially working with organizations like the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust to do commercial to residential conversions. And so I think there's many different things that we could accomplish with this. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
I just want to add one note
Sure,
to
go
that, and that is to say that the way that the charter operates is that by ordinance, the assembly going forward after April 28th, if this were to pass, would be able to set those terms and establish the prerogatives. And it could be more along the lines of what Ms. Baldwin-Day said, which is gather these funds until they're generating income and spinning off opportunities. It could be spending them in a targeted way. So ultimately, that question resolves around what the body, with the input of the public, opts to do in relationship to solving housing problems.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I just want to share that I don't know if I'm in favor of whether this should be approved or not. I don't know how I'm going to vote on it if it goes to the public, but I don't know that that's the choice that I'm making today. I'm making the choice as to whether to put it out there as an option, as a choice for the voters. And I do believe that it is a proposal that's worthy of that choice. So I'm going to vote in favor because I don't have a strong reason to not. I think it's a viable option. I am concerned about some of the comments that have been shared around multiple tax proposals going before the voters. I'm concerned about the impact that this is going to have on those that manage short-term rentals and own them. So I'll just share that those are all things that I have to consider as to whether I'm going to vote for it or not if this passes us. But I do believe that this is a viable proposal, and I don't have a strong reason to not vote for it at this point. So I'll be in favor of voting for this. Thanks.
The clerk advises me on this motion you've spoken twice. You are. Mr. Gerker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pick up a little bit on the comment from Member Brawley, and I think it's exactly right, and I think it's why this ordinance is so offensive to me, I think, is that if we increase costs on one sector of this industry, it's going to push people into a different sector of this industry, which is the hotel corporations, which are, largely out-of-state, multi-billion-dollar corporations with all the PACs and the lobbyists and all that good stuff. And in the meantime, the Alaskan host, the people who are living here, involved in our community, by and large, are forced to pick up the tab, or the tourists are forced to pick up the tab, and we're in a kind of a little bit of a tough economy out as is. We have multiple tax proposals we're staring down the barrel on coming up in January. This doesn't seem like a good plan to me at all. I don't think we're going to see any new housing from this ordinance at all. I think that the goal here, if we really want to see more housing, is more regulation reform. And I applaud Member Volland. You've been a leader on that. You truly have been. But it takes more time for that to take effect, and there's still more to do. Taxing one sector of the hospitality industry at a higher rate than another sector in the industry doesn't solve our problem. The short-term rental, I think it's like less than 1% of the housing stock. We're not gonna solve a housing problem by going after 1% of the housing stock. It just simply isn't gonna work that way. So I am a no vote on the main motion. I appreciate the conversation. I think the stated goal from the sponsors of this. I just don't think this is the right tool for this problem. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. Similar to what Mr. Presverdia said, the greatest risk of this question is asking the people their opinion in an election. That's the greatest risk. And obviously, as we go into election season, we've already had illegal lobbyists lobbying us, people who don't register even though they're corporate lobbyists. So we know where the arguments are going to come and rise and fall as the election moves forward. And so it has a high bar to pass the voters anyways. And I do believe that if one's question is along the lines of, if this passes, is it a conflict with the other revenue measures that may or may not pass this body? First, this item is before us now properly, and it's a worthy question. And second, again, this is not a revenue question. It is not for the purpose of funding general government in any way. It is a harm reduction proposal that intends to provide some much needed resources to a difficult problem that has been confounding the policymakers of this municipality for a while. And so I do urge the opportunity to go to the voters and have that more robust conversation over the rest of the next quarter as we come to the election. I urge your support. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I'm not going to be supporting this today because I take you up on your word, and I think that the opportunity to educate the public is critical. To Mr. Perez-Verdia's point, we don't necessarily have to determine the merits, and bringing meritorious ideas to the public is the role of us in terms of with gatekeeping the ballot access. But the reason why I moved away from Penny for Progress earlier is because it's not the right time. But the questions are so salient and they're so poignant, they're so inflammatory that I caution us of stepping into picking winners and losers around tax policy with respect to bringing it to the public that's, I don't think, well vetted, and I don't think we have a strong shared language in our community, Chair. That's why I advance all the time AR 2025-159, the Economic Development Framework, with the hopes that we could begin to see the way we are misaligned in terms of policy and the public, and then bring the public along with those pillars so we have a shared language, shared understanding that right now I just don't think exists at all for this question before us. And so I agree with the stated intentions. I don't see this getting us there, and I don't see us doing the work to bring the public along if we move this forward tonight. So thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 4 to 8, AO 2025-115 S2 has passed the body, or failed to pass the body. And the youth member votes?
No.
No. All right. Take a break for 5 minutes. We'll come back and tackle our next item.
Turning faster with no sign of slowing down, and the birds fly south, so winter comes with the snow to blanket the town. The midday skies are clear and
Okay, members, time to come back together.
The next change the order of the day is 15.
All right, we'll come back to order now. We have item 14A before us, AO 2025-135, an ordinance municipal assembly amending extra municipal code section 1.40.020 to adopt a new or affirm the current corporate seal of the municipality. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard, please come forward. The microphone is off. Just there's a little green button there. There you go. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
What was that? You said the name and what else?
What part of town you're from? Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have
Justin
3
Green,
minutes.
live in Rogers Park. First off, I just want to say thanks to Mr. McCormick for his Facebook updates. That's why I'm here tonight. Gives me a good synopsis of what happens here on the Assembly. We just finishing listening to weeks of public opposition to the proposed sales taxes. Assembly, I think that we really have a spending problem in the Assembly. And what I'm seeing with this is that I understand the background behind it and why we would want to do something like this, but I think that right now, the time that we're in, and as per the mayor's said in the past, and Assemblyperson Martinez said this evening, that we are on a fiscal cliff. And so taking on a new seal right now at this time, I don't think would be in the best of the public interest. And when inflation is up and my wages remain the same, my family has to decide what's needed, what's nice, and what's just fluff. And so I urge you as the Assembly to make the decision that we keep the seal same, and that maybe in the future, when we have a budget surplus, that we table that item to that time. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You just turned it off.
Sorry. Sebastian Garber. Grew up on Turpin, lived New Naka Valley, Rogers Park, Huffman, and now Girdwood. Assembly members, I am Sebastian Garber, great-grandmother Alexander Stefan from Tyonek, great-grandfather Chief Kaloa, who paid for AFN, and Dad ran my native corporation. I now work for some of the largest private American companies, and I am here trying to be your servant to create an efficient logo, not just one that is beautiful. We all agree on one thing. Anchorage has a history we're all proud of. That ship in our current seal, Captain Cook's Resolution, represents our past. But today, I'm not here to talk about history. I'm here to talk about efficiency. Right now, our logo is inefficient. It has been for 52 years. It's complex. It's an anchor, an airplane, a sun, a ship, and rigging. We shrink that down, it becomes smudge. When we embroider it on a uniform, it's costly and unclear. In the private sector, no successful brand, Apple, Nike, Dodge, uses a logo this cluttered. Why should Anchorage? This isn't a new problem. In fact, the solution comes from a surprising source, Nixon. We often remember Nixon for the legacy of Parks program, bipartisan effort to clean up America's land for the people. But Nixon did something else in '72 that's very relevant today. He launched the Federal Design Improvement Program. Its directive to all federal agencies, he didn't say make things pretty. He said make things efficient and clear. He argued that a government logo that is messy makes the government look messy. If a form is hard to read, the government is failing its citizens. Nixon understood that clarity is a conservative value. It communicates competency. It communicates focus. He demanded that federal symbols be stripped of clutter so that the message of American leadership could stand out. I'm proposing, and I want this to be clear, that I support, and I've wished that I was brought in at the very beginning. I have no horse in the race. I simply want to wear an anchor on my chest.
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna keep going.
Mr. Garber. There is a question for you, Mr. Vaughn.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sebastian, thank you so much for the part that you did play in this process, as well as all your other efforts. I'm very excited about the downtown wayfinding project, and I know that you've done a lot of good work on that as well. I do have an amendment that I intend on moving, but I want to make sure that it aligns with your goals too, as the artist. And that would be to replace the option E, which I believe was your original submission, with the revised E design that you put forward after the meeting that we had with the Native Village of Eklutna leaders. Is
Yes.
that your goal? Would you rather see that one go forward or your original design for E?
Yes, the new one.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage. Yeah, what am I going to say about this? So I'm not necessarily for it or against it based on the costs involved, but I did happen to briefly scan that work session, and there was something quite interesting in that thing that came about, which is apparently the results of whatever survey were done were hacked or gamed in a way. And I don't know if anybody really knows what the results of that thing were because you can't verify it based on IP address and anything else. So I guess even if this thing does pass, who wins? Does anybody know? Is it based on the design? Who likes the look of it? Or is it just we choose the one we think that we want based on the results at the end of the day? So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that thing. But that was very interesting video. All right, thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Yep, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Walland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I will move Volland Amendment number 1.
Second.
And
So hold on, there's a motion to amend. It's Volland Amendment 1, seconded by Ms. Silvers. Mr. Volland.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we just heard from an artist who worked on this project, he submitted a revised design after input from both assembly members and leaders from the native village of Eklutna. And so you'll have that as the exhibit on the back of the amendment. It moves that simplified quill design more internal and the letters outside in the outer circle. And so, yeah, I guess I'd just say, as somebody who has worked in the creative industry in the past, folks may not know, but I dabbled as a commercial photographer for a while. I think it takes a lot of humility to listen to a lot of input. And I believe that Sebastian listened to not only assembly members and leaders from NVE, but also from some of the takeaways in the survey. But yeah, it just takes, I think, professionalism and humility to be willing to revise a design in response to that feedback. And so I appreciate him putting this forward, and I would like to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Presidio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't looking forward to this this conversation tonight. because I'm not sure that I felt like it was really very important. And I saw this, and I really like it. I think that the comment that I want to make is that we're in a difficult time in our country, in our state, in our city, and I think the goal was to try to find something that really represented all of us. And I think that that's what I was worried about. I was worried that we were going to bring something forward that would continue to divide us. And I have to say that I really like this. I like the fact that we learned that the original seal was simply an anchor, and that's really the history of our seal is a very simple anchor, which has a lot of meaning, I think, to a lot of people. I like the fact that this is something that you can see from a distance, and once it turns into a logo or a pin or whatever, it's very, very clear. But I think the main point I want to make is that it's not a lot, but it's a small gesture, and I think that moving to this symbol is something that I think we can all get behind, and that there's something in it for all of us. So I will certainly be supporting this version. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll say that while I welcome and in a lot of ways have enjoyed this conversation, I'm not inclined to support this proposal here tonight. I think this is a big undertaking we're contemplating, and I think it's one that I'd be amenable to seeing proceed, but frankly, I think before taking on something so significant, I would expect, and in fact, I think insist on a more robust public process than what we've seen. We spent a fair bit of time at the work session discussing the poll, and I believe it's not entirely settled whether or not those results were fair, accurate, or have been manipulated, but I do have the takeaway that I think that process was flawed. And so I do not see, even at that most basic step, that we really have a clear sense of where the public rests on this issue. And so I find that I am acting with incomplete information, even on that most basic of steps. Also say that while the ideas that have been put forward have been thoughtful, I think if we're really going to go down this road, that it should be opened up to more folks who might want to put forward their ideas for consideration and not necessarily artificially constrain ourselves to a few that have been forward, as thoughtful and creative as they are. Ultimately, I think if there is an interest in doing this, and one that, again, I think I could support in the long run, I would want to see a much more involved public process. I would ultimately hope that we would have an opportunity for the public to weigh in, share more ideas, and perhaps start to coalesce around one in particular that we can then decide on. Because I will say, while there are a lot of areas of experience and expertise that I think I'm expected to possess as an assembly member, graphic design is not one of them. So I will say that while I look at these various designs, and there's one that I actually really like. There's one that I think is a better seal than what we have today, and I would be excited about it. I don't think I am in the position, or we as a body are really in a position to make that move tonight. So I'm not ready to support this ordinance.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gerger.
Just to clarify, is this amendment adding this one to the list, and then we're going to pick from that, or is this the one we're?
This would check the box.
This
No,
is.
I don't think so, if it's okay, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ball.
And I as a sponsor, and maybe I'm misreading this, but I think what this does is it replaces Exhibit E in the original with this design. I don't think it actually checks the box and does that step. So it gives a different option because the graphic designer has indicated his wish to replace his original E, option E, with this revised version E. So the next step, I think, would be an amendment to check the box, which I'm willing to make, but I don't think this effectuates that.
All right. There you go. Ms. Silvers.
I like this design. I think, as far as history goes, the original seal did not have the ship. I think this design is very simple. I think it's inclusive of the great diversity within our community. I think it's recognizable. It gives a sense of place. I think moving the quillwork inside the circle like that, I think it actually keeps it really close to our current design. And so I think that when you look at this, there's not, a huge change. And so I think it is respectful of our history and the history of our seal over time, which again, did not originally start with the ship in the center. Also, I guess I just want to point out again that this has zero fiscal note, as it will not be a sudden change. It's just going to be a change over time as things need to be replaced. But anyhow, I support the amendment to replace the E with this one. I think that this is it's a good design. Thanks.
All right, anyone else on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-1, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has been adopted. We're back on the main motion. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, I will move to amend the underlying item to check the box next to Exhibit E.
Second.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Volland to check the box, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I think that it is time to honor our history and to also embrace Anchorage's future. And I think that this is one way that we can do that. I like the fact that the timing aligns with the 50th anniversary, our celebration of unification. And I also, I like what this represents. I think it acknowledges a history that predates the arrival of Captain Cook or of Merrill Field. So I also appreciate that it's a very clean, simple design, very recognizable. I would want to wear this on a t-shirt. And so, yeah, I hope that we can support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I'll speak briefly.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Boy, my reputation has been dragged through the mud over the past 2 weeks. It has been a shameful engagement by certain media actors who don't value truth but just value rage. That's the first thing. The misinformation and disinformation has been extraordinary. So I'm going to put some truth to the conversation right now that, as was alleged, I was deleting comments. I never deleted any comments. And in fact, as soon as the poll closed, the original record was shared with all members. It is a public record and anyone can have it. So that's a lie. Now, I'm just going to read a little bit of some of the comments that have been identified as computer generated and fake. I will note that, a little spelling error in there in the AIM. We had 2 surges of fake posting of comments and votes, 2 surges. First one happened on the 10th, the second one happened, I think, on the 12th. So in the first one, we had 2,100 or so comments that came in 50 minutes. And then the second one, we had 3,000 comments come in about 120 minutes. So a total of about 180 minutes. We got 5,002 comments. So that's 1 comment every 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds is what that breaks down to. But what's interesting about those comments is that there were only 99 comments. They were just repeated 5,000 times. The exact same word-for-word comments along the lines of representing continuity. Option C thrives in change. Adaptable without changing. Option C fits modern needs. That was 69 times. Powerful yet understated. Option C's imagery captivates. 68 times. Representing hope and the midnight sun, option C's sun element inspires 66 times. Inclusive of diversity, option C embraces our population 64 times. And it just goes on and on and on. There's no universe in which all at once, like magic, in 50 minutes, 2,000 people all logged in to say exactly the same thing. There's no universe in which that's mathematically possible. I don't know how far outside the bell curve you get to get to the possibility of that curve, that actually occurring. But it has been alleged that I am attempting to steal an election because of this, or I'm an election denier was another phrase. Ooh, this moment we're living in is so fascinating. I will say that this process has been interesting. When you correct for that nonsense, you get to about 5,000 comments. And about 50% of those comments came in that said, don't change. A little bit more than 50%, but most of them had what I would call the biggest red herring I've seen in this chamber since I have been elected, which is, this is gonna cost millions. Oh my God, you can't do this, it's gonna cost so much money. That's the argument that came in over and over and over and over again, despite the fact, the assertion, the truth, that this ordinance as drafted states that there will be no extraordinary expenses, that this shall be done in the orderly course of business. You will replace your letterhead. When you need new letterhead, you will not throw out your old letterhead. We aren't gonna repaint all of our amazingly renamed snow moving equipment, to send it back in to get it painted while we wait for snow to get cleaned up. No, none of that's gonna happen. It's nonsense. Now, there have been some comments at the work session where people say, yeah, but I don't trust that. And I think that is fair for a member to say, because each one of us is elected to have our opinion on this dais. And so that is fair. I don't agree with it, and I know what the ordinance says, and I recognize how these things happen over time. And so it's been argued that we are not in a position to do this because of the finances, but we are in a position. In fact, you have the opportunity right now before you today to act. I think that this design that is proposed in this amendment is respectful. It's clean. It becomes more legible. It meets the vexillological or the heraldic kind of marks much better than the current version that we have. And it honors the Dena'ina people who have been here long before any of us have come. And so I have a lot of feelings about the process I went through in the last week. And I will speak to one more thing, this conversation about how we need more public process. There needs to be a better process. There is no perfect process. Government is run by people first. Second, this process did truly begin in 2018. This has been ongoing for many years. It just has been percolating because we've had earthquakes and we've had pandemics and we've had government changes that were pretty dramatic and we have homelessness. But it doesn't preclude us from doing a low or nearly no cost action that can provide a bit more clear and bright perspective. And it doesn't dishonor those who believe we should stay the same. I think that's pretty much the story of America, is that we have a faction that believes we should make progress, and we have a faction that believes we need to keep things as they are. And there's nothing outside of the American process than this. This is exactly the heart of the question before you. So with that, I'll yield the floor back. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually struggling a bit with this because conceptually I agree with the fact that our current seal is clunky and difficult to reproduce, and at certain sizes you absolutely cannot tell that this ship is a ship. And I really love the simplification of the seal, and I think Sebastian's work, including these Dena'ina overtones, is brilliant. I think it's beautiful. That's my personal opinion. At the same time, I also think that symbols have power. A seal is a symbol, and I think that, similar to what my colleague noted a moment ago, I think it's important for more people to be involved in choosing their symbol, or the symbol that will serve us for the next 50 or however many more years. And I'm not sure that I think that 2 weeks worth of an online survey is sufficient to determine that the people of Anchorage are legitimately interested in having a new seal for the municipality. And I think that really we've just begun to socialize the idea, and I've not heard a ton of feedback, to be honest, that isn't just overtly negative and, as Chair Constant pointed out, related to the fictional cost if we were to, yes, replace absolutely everything that has a seal on it tomorrow, which is clearly not the plan. But I just don't, I guess I don't have the same sense of urgency around getting this done as some of my other colleagues on the dais. And I think this could be a much more energizing, a more hopeful, a more deliberative process that involves more people, that involves more voices, and that actually gets people excited about the prospect of having a different symbol to represent the municipality. And while I appreciate that this is an opportune moment because we've just used a version of this seal in our 50th anniversary celebrations, I don't think that precludes us from taking a little more time to introduce this concept more fully to the community and maybe get feedback that is actually a mandate to change the seal, which even with the removal of the bot submissions from the survey, I don't have a clear sense that I have a mandate to make this particular move at this particular time. And I think that is a reason to pause. So I'm, again, torn because I think personally this is a beautiful move, but I'm not sure that all of my constituents agree, and that makes it tough to be in support.
Mr. McCormick.
Yeah, and I'll quickly touch on the survey. I understand that maybe this level of engagement is one that the municipality is somewhat unfamiliar with. I don't think it's a secret that I engage in social media to stay in touch with my constituents and our community. And I did make an informational video about this as it's coming up in our meeting now, and I want to make sure people are able to engage with the survey and testify if they'd so please. And I think across social media platforms, I have 45,000 views. So it's not engagement levels that I'm unfamiliar with, and maybe I think that universe of levels of engagement is closer than some may think. And I don't want to argue about the individual survey results and where they may have came from or not, but what I heard from that survey and from our community in general is that this is just not something they're interested in right now. And it's not to say that some of the submissions by this artist are not good or not up to the standard, but what I heard from the community is that we have bigger issues, and this seems like a distraction from engaging in the things that they want, that in a day-to-day, they're being affected negatively by things in our community, and they're looking to us as the leadership to help correct and fix those. And when we go off on these nice to have cherry on tops, this is where the community loses trust in this body because they feel like we're neglecting the things that are negatively impacting them. They feel like we're disregarding them to go on pet projects. So for that reason, I will not be in support of changing the seal at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Kirker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to start and just acknowledging my opinions on this is not a reflection of my opinion of the work done by the artist, Mr. Garber. He did fantastic work. Thank you. I applaud you. So I just want to be very clear. This is not a reflection of my opinion of your work. I think you did very excellent work. I think a couple of the options are actually pretty cool. But let me start. So now let me say this. Anchorage has real problems. We have public safety issues. We're having issues with affordability, infrastructure challenges. We have a budget that somehow just seems to need more revenue but never less spending. And so naturally, we're going to spend a bunch of time talking about the Muni Seal. Now, we gave the public a chance to engage in this process. Chair ran the survey, and we asked the public what they wanted. Now, I understand that there were some anomalies, perhaps, in some of the responses. I see the sideway glance from the chair. When we had the work session on Friday, at that point, about 2,100 submissions for option C was stated that they all came in within under an hour. Experts from our IT department could not rule out one way or the other whether this was bot generated or not, though they did say the probability that these were bot generated was high. So fine, let's throw out those 2,100 responses and then look at it from there. And even with those removed, unequivocally, by a 2-to-1 margin, the people in the survey responses said they do not want to see a change. Even when you took all the other options and added them together, it was a 2-to-1 margin versus change or no change. But it's important to note that that was not how this survey was structured. It was structured as an option A, B, C, D, or E, in a battle royale type of options. So if you compare option C versus any of the other options, it was 4-to-1 or up to 15-to-1, keep the current seal versus that option. This is not a divided electorate offering up confusion about their views on this. This was a blowout. That should have been the end of the conversation. However, it's not, and here we are. In addition to that, based on the information in the work session, the chair indicated that an additional close to 1,000 responses for option C were also removed because they'd indicated cost in why they were opposed to it. So let that sink in. The sponsor of this ordinance insists that this seal change won't cost us anything, that it's written in there that it's going to be a phase in. But if you said...
What's your point of order, Mr. Constant?
I believe that the member is putting words into my mouth that I never said. I never said votes would be removed.
Mr. Chair, you in your slide deck, you said that...
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Gruger, I need to rule on that. We should not be speaking to members' motives, and I would also be careful as we have spent a lot of time on this survey. I guess I will say that.
And what I did say, though, Madam Chair, was if you removed, I did not say
Point of
they
order,
were removed.
Is the chair allowed to comment?
Speaking as a member right now.
So I'm going to return the floor to Mr. Gruger.
Thank you, Member Brawley. Let me rephrase that then, Mr. Chair. In the presentation you gave, you said if all the options that indicated costs were removed, that it would be closer to a 50-50 split. Is that fair? Is that fair? Okay, all right. But here's the deal. If the results don't support the outcome we want, the option isn't to then find some way to curate the data so that it does. I think that when we're talking about cost, it adds a value element to say, well, I don't think it's going to cost anything. It says in the ordinance that we're going to phase it in, but there will be cost to this. So let's talk about how that works. So right now in the ordinance, it's going to be a phased in process. It's going to be a phased in thing is how it's written into the ordinance, but there will be a cost associated with this, with some of the signs and some of the stuff that we're going to have to replace. Now, eventually, it is going to cost us money. There's no universe where this stays free forever unless we plan on not actually implementing it. And also, here's the thing that everyone knows is going to happen. At least I believe everyone knows it's going to happen. If this passes and we start phasing this in, we're going to have different city seals all throughout the city. Every single different equipment is going to have different seals based on different times on when they're phasing in or phasing out. And at some point, mark my words, some genius future assembly member is going to go, hey, wait a second, guys. why don't we have continuity in all of our city seals? And it's going to become part of the budget process, and we're going to be replacing it all at the same time. I guarantee it. Mark my words, that is what is going to happen. So this ordinance does not eliminate costs. It defers it like a credit card that we're pretending a credit card bill that we're pretending doesn't exist. Meanwhile, we have actual priorities we're not really dealing with. We've got neighborhoods that are asking for safer streets, residents that are worried about taxes and affordability, businesses trying to survive, infrastructure that needs attention, and we're burning oxygen on a logo redesign that the public clearly rejected. That's not what our priorities should be on. That's not where our focus should be at. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And let's keep the current seal. Let's get back to the people's work of doing actual serious work here. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I guess I'll use my time on this item to just express a lot of frustration, not so much with there's been plenty said about the process and so on. I guess where I'm directing my frustration is really to the dysfunctional dynamic that this city continues to exist in, which is that it is just true. It's easier to organize against something, and I think we've seen that time and again. And things like this become, and I've said this before, become proxy fights for other things. They become fights against individuals. Whatever it is. And that is not to say that there are not valid reasons on either side of this issue. So I'm saying separate from that, this community really struggles with making any decision on anything without a great deal of conflict. And more often than not, it feels like we are in a position where something is decided and none of us feel good about it, and or the decision is not really made and we still don't feel good about it, and then we drag it on another few years. And so, so I genuinely, I guess I share Member Baldwin Day's and many other folks' personal opinion that this is a better design, the new version, the amended version that we had just passed. And also it feels like regardless of what happens tonight, no one will feel good about it. And many people will not even know that it had even happened. And I don't know, I just, at this point, at the end of this year, I just really wanted to express that frustration because I don't know how to fix this, but I do think that we need to start recognizing that this community needs to find a way through conflict or disagreement in a way that does not automatically turn into running to either side, creating a bunch of talking points, and then basically nothing happens. I think this is the latest of that version, or the latest version of that cycle, and it is extremely frustrating to be in the middle of. As members have said, we do have real problems, and I welcome everybody working on those problems, and also we can talk about more than one thing at a time. So again, I think it feels like we're all stuck in a situation where there is no good answer to this, or there is no decision at which we will all feel good walking out of this room at the end of the night. And so I'm still deciding what my decision is going to be. Thanks.
Over here, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of notes that came across the way. Chair, I just have a follow-up question to you first, as the person who is named as the sponsor of the Summary of Economic Effects.
Please.
Did you prepare this yourself, or was this prepared by council, as it says on the Summary of Economic Effects?
Essentially, I prepared it, but handed it to council because I needed help with time.
All right. And on this Summary of Economic Effects, it's declared that there is no immediate cost, because I'll read it. It says, no direct labor cost expected. The ordinance explicitly states that the implementation of the new seal is not intended to unduly burden municipal government, cause disposal of documents, materials or markings, or immediate repainting or replacement of capital, fixtures, or property. The municipality can and should implement these changes over time in due course of its business operations. The only immediate expense would be the procurement of an official seal by the clerk. Do you stand by that today?
Yes.
You submitted that to us on the record.
Yep.
On this body today. All right. The reason why I wanted to just stand on that is, what does it cost to print our seals today? What is the cost of printing for all of the municipality for the seals? Does anyone have a number on that? Especially any folk who track that? Yeah.
The OMB director.
OMB director has a hand.
0.
So essentially, printing cost, the cost of printing is the cost of these things. Right, okay. So on the one hand, this is my binder tonight. The amount of paper that we have in these binders regularly is stunning. Let's do something about that. But I just wanted to be clear, Chair, we print papers, the graphic design essentially today costs the same as it would cost tomorrow with an updated design. And we're getting an indicator from OMB director that that is accurate. And I think that's because you framed it as not an immediate change to communicate to the concern that I would also have from Member Gorka, which is if we had to just wholesale do it all, that would cost a lot. But I don't know that people drive around thinking of what seal is on what truck across what year, and that tells you that somehow municipality is not doing its job. So as we roll out new seals, I find old trucks all the time with things that look different than today's seal. But I may be off. It just may be my eyes. Or it also may be the case that the seal is actually that bad in reproducing consistently across multiple mediums. That has been identified during this process as well. Chair, I am a design expert. I'm gonna put that out there. But I'm also, from the vantage point of my perspective, I am challenged by this because I would love to have had the most amount of input possible from the folks that are most often not heard. And to the extent that this endeavor begins to do that in form by bringing forward elements of our indigenous Native community into our municipal seal. I mean, it's about time for that. It should have been a long time ago. We owe a price if I'm looking at the cost of doing that. But Chair, the question I have OMB direct to anybody else is, while we were on this body, this body voted to change the name of the port to the Don Young Port. Now that cost a lot different because I pushed an amendment at that time, Chair, if you may recall, because there was also an interest to change the name back to the Port of Anchorage. But we had gone through a naming process to call it the Port of Alaska. So to save a little dollars, we kept it the same, but we did rename the port. At that same time, we're dealing with homeless issues. We're dealing with public health crises. The public don't remember any part of the debate of the Don Young Port of Anchorage. But we remember the $2.4 million hole in the ground on Tudor and Elmore. So the point, Chair, that I'm making here is that we pick and choose as political leaders all the time. We make choices on behalf of the public and the people that elected us, our constituents. In this debate, a survey was described and the word electorate was utilized with the survey. I know elections. The word electorate and the survey is not compatible. Responses come into a survey from wherever. Unless someone can show me the data across any data that you point to that shows the geo-marking to my assembly district, I don't know that that's a constituent. And so I just want to be clear that the survey was not a good survey. I don't even care about the results fundamentally because we have a decision to make. Chair, I have another question for you because I wasn't on the body when the land acknowledgement was brought to this body. Was there a public process that was what people are asking for now that didn't happen at that time? What was the process of the land acknowledgement, if there was one? Or did we just make it up?
It was the introduction of an ordinance, the passage of an ordinance.
Was the land acknowledgement vetted and worked with folks who can give us expertise and insight, or did the assembly members just pull it out of thin air?
It was worked in collaboration with our friends from the native village of Eklutna and various other stakeholder groups, but it certainly was within the context of our legislative process, standard operating business.
So essentially, the assembly had the opportunity to investigate that question, find the resources that it needed to create something that it thought was going to be valuable, brought it before this body, and it was voted on and approved by this body, clearly. So in this process, we have indigenous folk in the community who have given their opinion on this matter. That follows the trajectory for me well. We have a budgetary fiscal conversation. Budget, in my presentation earlier, Chair, I described budgetary and fiscal are different. So the budgetary costs are none upfront except the normal cost of replacement. We make these choices all the time, and quite honestly, the old seal is tired. So I would love to have had more, Chair, but you said one thing that I think is compelling for me to vote yes tonight, which is more process may be good, but tonight we have the choice before us. We have the opportunity today to send a signal of progress but also of accountability. And for me, Chair, that's what's really important. If the data, we get these statements of economic impact and we utilize them because they matter to helping us make decisions, I'd take the OMB director at their word and think that the fiscal question is not the appropriate question to be concerned with. And I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Martinez touched on this, but I just, I want to state pretty emphatically that I categorically reject the notion that we aren't working on real problems. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. In recent months, we have supported small businesses by increasing the inventory tax exemption. We've expanded free bus ridership for those 18 and under, as well as senior citizens. We've increased the budget for traffic calming to make our streets safer. We've strengthened public safety laws around illegal burning. We provided more flexibility in code for non-conforming remodels to support housing and commercial uses. We've done a lot as a body to make real progress on real issues, but symbols do matter. And, while I guess I just have an observation, and I hope this won't land poorly on my colleagues, but I do think, as someone who's been serving for about 4 years on the Assembly now, I feel like we're getting a little bit stuck in the mud on some things, and there is this sort of constant process attack with that. I actually think when it comes to matters of creative product, there is a risk of analysis paralysis and sort of death by committee. When you have a ton of different ideas kind of all over the place, and just realizing also we have very talented graphic designers in our community, I'm sure, but also the general public doesn't have expertise in graphic design. And so I'm not, I guess I was surprised by the amount of engagement we had with the survey, not only the amount of responses, but the fact that many of them, I think most of them, if I'm not mistaken, had comments associated with their feedback, which I thought was very valuable. And so I thought there was really good engagement in this process. And I worry about us consistently, I know that there is a time and a place for expanding our public process and making sure that we're casting a wide net and that many different voices are involved. But this pattern that I think we're getting into, not only with this, but other topics that have been before us, of putting things on pause for a long time, I don't know. I think we are elected to make bold policy decisions. And part of that means that not everybody's going to agree or appreciate every one of our decisions. I don't think that pausing things forever actually makes people like them better. In fact, I've experienced that sometimes, no matter how much you compromise on something, there's still going to be a contingent of folks who are very frustrated and don't like your decision. And that is just part of the democratic process, the legislative process. So I would continue to assert that I think this is ready. I think we have a great design. I think that a lot of folks weighed in with their feedback and opinions, and I appreciate being able to see all of that and then come forward with a more refined version that considered all of that public feedback. To me, that is good public process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Presvedere.
Actually, I've already spoken, and there's several in the queue who have not spoken. Why don't you have them go first?
So, okay, Ms. Silvers.
I'm just going to make a simple comment. I think it's time to bring the spirit of our land acknowledgement that we state often into our municipal seal. Thank you.
So, Mr. Myers, I'm going to ask you to let me go briefly before you. Just one more time. Yeah, you're next in the queue. I know your move. I'll be brief and say that to my peer from Midtown, be careful in setting a standard of I don't think all of my constituents agree. In the context of our broader work, there's no universe in which all of our constituents agree. And, you know, I think of the hard work you're doing in our neighborhoods. I saw an agenda published in my district with your name on it. And that's bold work, and it's work going into a place where we will never get all of our constituents to agree. And so I just want to provide that as a careful, kind of thoughtful kind of addition to your measured approach.
Mr. Chair, I'm realizing what's going to happen next. I will retract my giving up my spot. I would like to speak if that's okay.
You got to read the room, Mr. President. You got to read the room. So I will say that any argument that we are here in this 1 hour or so that we're spending on this dais neglecting our work, I would offer that the work of this body happens in the committee room, and the work of this body happens in our work sessions. And if you are not there, it is not, in fact, this body that is neglecting its work. It is the member who is not showing up, who is neglecting their work. So please don't come at me in this process about us neglecting our work by having this conversation. That's not fair, it's not right, and it's not true. Maybe we can have some reels on that. Also, I would offer that we do so much hard work. We are working to figure out revenue solutions, whether it's taxation or whether it is reduction of expenses. We are working on solving the big problems. And as it has been stated by my peer downtown, we can, in fact, walk and chew gum at the same time, and it is not disrespectful of the people for us to do that. It honors the people. That's the reality of this work. That is why you are here. And so, in the end, this is a simple yes or no decision for folks. That's it. And we have spent a lot of time because people are invested. People are invested enough where they will game the system to try to get their opinion heard. And I just think it's undeniable. And so I still hope that 6 of my peers will consider joining me on an 8-year effort started by Forrest Dunbar and Fred Dyson, who I believe are great public servants and put this thing before us. And what's happened since then, we have recognized the sovereignty of our tribes. We've pushed the state to do the same thing. They followed us. We have generated a true working relationship. And now, with a simple aesthetic update, we could honor them in our seal. And I would offer, the clerk told me it's approximately $25, $50 to replace the corporate seal. 50. That's the cost. I'll pay it out of my pocket. So with that, then there are a number of other people. Mr. Presvedia.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Mr. Presvedia, who seconded? Mr. Gerker. So moved by Mr. Presvedia, seconded by Mr. Gerker. So question having been called, members may proceed to vote. And to our youth member, when the question is called, it's an 8-vote majority required and it ceases debate. On a vote of 11-1, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the question has been called. So the question before us now, I believe, is to check the box. We're not at the end of the road. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-4, the box has been checked. We're now back on the main motion as amended. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7 to 5 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-135, as amended, has passed the body. Take a break. Did it just break?
So we are going to postpone 14 after.
That's great. It is. All right, let's come back to order. We'll go ahead and take up now item 14B. 14B is Resolution AR 2025-345, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Do I get 3 or 5? Because I'm the prez.
Who are you?
It's fine, Chris. I
3.
don't need that much time. I'm just kidding. You guys have been here too long. My name is Paul Hatcher. I'm from Scenic Foothills, East Anchorage area of town. Exactly. I am the president of the AMEA Union and have been for the last 3 years. Good evening, Chair Constant and the Assembly. Thank you, Mayor LaFrance and the administration. Tonight you have before you the AMEA Collective Bargaining Agreement, AR 2025-345. In my 17 years with the municipality and a member of AMEA, I'm not sure we've ever had a contract to the finish line prior to the end of the year. So that's a milestone. I wanted to personally thank the AMEA negotiation team, our sister union ASEA negotiator and staff, and the MOA negotiation team for getting this done in short order. We started negotiations on July 23rd and had our final meeting to sign the tentative CBA on October 8th, taking only 78 days. We also had the most participation from our members when it came time to vote on ratifying this new contract at just over 63% participation. As you know, this contract is culmination of some former Assembly members and a few current Assembly members' efforts with the passing of ordinances and resolutions over the last few years to bring equality to union members within the municipality and memorialize those efforts. This collective bargaining agreement memorializes past administrative agreements for additional holidays, parental leave, and telework. AMA supports this collective bargaining agreement, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I do have a question for you. Do you participate in COMU?
We do.
So I have a request. Invigorate that group. Bring it life and get it organized.
It actually has. So, through the chair, Mr. Chair, the APDEA rep is the new president of COMO. He just was elected 3 months ago. And we started doing monthly meetings, but that got a little bit too much, and so we're doing quarterly ones. I know the last one you came to was quite a while ago, and even Mayor LaFrance came and met with us prior to her taking office. So
at risk of causing my friends in HR and other departments to have a little panic, maybe we invite COMU and its various leaders to a work session sometime in the first part of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Just a couple questions. I believe this is the largest of the collective bargaining units in the Muni, is that right?
That is correct.
How
I
many
think we
members?
might be second, through the chair, Ms. Brawley, we might be second to APDA, but we're pretty close to that.
Okay, and about how many members do you
Just
have?
over 400.
Okay, thank you. And then other question, I know some of the parts of this agreement are things that were really policy changes from several years ago that have taken a while. So as of now, do your members have access to telework, parental leave, or the additional holidays?
So they have those through administrative agreements currently that were signed after the last contract was negotiated, thanks to you guys pushing the last administration, not this one, to sign those. And now they are actually memorialized within our CBA, so they will be there forever, basically.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just trying, because I was hoping it wasn't the case that those
That
were
it would-
taking that long. but
Right,
that makes sense.
that they would fall off, again, we have to do AAs again with, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair.
You know, maybe I should suggest, since everyone has all these questions, that we close the public hearing. We ask if anyone else wishes to be heard on the union.
That's a great
I
idea.
think it would be proper to do that. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing, no. None. Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
Move to approve.
Move to approve, yeah. There's a motion to approve by Mr. Martinez, seconded by
Second.
Ms. Silvers. Now, Mr. Martinez,
Right
you have
on.
the
Thank
floor.
you. Thank you for being with us. For the sake of public education, can you tell us what your members do?
So our members range from a 6, there aren't too many 6s, but anyway, sorry. Our members range anywhere from seasonal lifeguards, seasonal parks and recs employees, all the way up to port engineers, PM&E engineers, AWU engineers, and everything in between. So land use, land enforcement, planning, which I'm part of, people at AWU, both in customer service, solid waste services, librarians, yeah.
In short, people that help make the city go.
Yes.
Thank you so much for
In
being
short.
here, and it's a privilege to be a part of this process today.
Thank you.
Ms. Silvers.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask, so some of these things, the telework, the parental leave, does that really help with employee retention?
It does. Through the chair, Ms. Silvers, yes, it does. Parental leave's not a huge component. There's not too many of our members that use it, but it is one that is used, and they're very grateful for it. And the telework, that has helped quite a bit as people are able to adjust their schedules a little bit and have a little bit more flexibility.
Good, thank you. I'm glad to see those things permanently in the contract.
Us too.
Mr. Gerker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are actually for the HR director.
Come on up, Anne Marie.
Director Billingsley, how are you doing tonight?
Hello.
Good. So when we did prior to your confirmation hearing, you and I had a great conversation. I kind of indicated some of the things that matter to me in a collective bargaining agreement and some of the things I look for. Then at the last collective bargaining agreement we had a probably a pretty good conversation, I think, and I asked exactly the things I said I was going to. So hopefully, this is not a surprise. I'm going to ask you a lot of the same questions. For the folks at home who might not understand a collective bargaining agreement, who might not understand how to read a summary of economic effect or whatever, how much does this contract cost over the course of the contract?
Through the chair to Member Gerger, the collective bargaining agreement as proposed results in a 5.19% average annual increase based on the years covered in the agreement. And I don't have, do I have the C in front of me? Director Browse will tell you.
Yeah, I'll tell you part of it. Through the chair to Member Gerker, we need the actual final number, if you can find, that total number. The AMEA is part of both general government and our utilities and enterprises. So the total cost over the life of the contract would be combined between general government and non-general government dollars. Do we not have a total on the C? Right. Neither of the Cs for general government or utilities have a total over the cost of the life of it, so I can get that for you with some math, but the follow-on questions are?
Well, ballpark it. What's the, like, a dollar amount? What are we looking at here? Mr. Chair, is there anybody else with questions, perhaps? Maybe we can give them a few minutes to get their information together.
Sure. Any other questions? I don't see anyone else. So I think if it isn't objectionable, we could move on to the next item on the agenda and then come back to this one when we've had a little bit more time? Or it depends on the administration. Ona, do you want us to move on to the next item and come back? Sure. Okay, so we'll just, if there's no objection, suspend the process, move on to item 14C, come back to this item in just a moment. We have before us 14C, AR 2025-359, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating transfers in amounts not to exceed $590,000 from the area-wide general fund 101000 and $585,000 from the Anchorage Building Safety Service Area Fund 163000, all to the Area-Wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800, all within the Development Services Department for new permit software. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Please come forward. Thanks. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. I know you guys are all very familiar at this point with this piece of business. I'm really just here to answer any questions you might have on the improved functionality or otherwise. I guess while I'm up here, I will just take a quick moment to thank OMB and IT for their support through this process. And thanks to the Assembly for considering this proposal. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and let the next person go, and then maybe we'll come back to you once the public hearing is closed if there are questions. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage. I have questions. Semi-comedy routine, but semi-serious, obviously. I appreciate, sort of the impassioned debate and mental fisticuffs going back to items. And so where we're going with this, $1,175,000. That is a lot of money. And so for software, and that isn't software you own, that's software as a service, which means that there are going to be continued expenses along the line. You know, I don't know if there's, this is real money or NFT, you know, constant coins or Mr. Goker coins and what the trading value is of each or how it goes. But yeah, that is a lot of money. And so you start to wonder about these things. You know, you can hire a couple coders and programmers, sysadmins, you know, a cybersecurity professional for that money, and you could invest that money, build your own code, support your own code, and then fund jobs within this local economy. And then it stays here. It doesn't go outside. It's something to consider and think about. You know, this resolution was not available. Well, actually, no. The memorandum was, and I couldn't find it. It doesn't list who the vendor is. Of course, you're going to have vendor lock-in with these sorts of things. This just seems like a simple web app. You know, you have system analysis and design. You know, if it's Python code and it scales, how many people are you going to have submitting to this every single day to where you can't just build your own and then support it? You know, it just says a web application, then you tie in a module for, you know, commerce, and then it's approving or denying, you know, permit process. That is simple stuff. And so I really don't see what costs $1,175,000 here. And there should be just an alternative option and a plan there when at a time when you don't have money and you're trying to reduce expenses. You know, what's going on here? I don't know. So I'd be interested to know who the vendor is, what the software is actually doing, and what the ridiculous nature of this database is that it needs to cost that much. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else wish to be heard, please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes, Ron.
Hello, my name's Ron Thompson, and just to have a little background on this type of stuff, I'm in support of some new software. I have a permitting company, obviously, I think a lot of people know. I help people get through the permit process. I also, just to let you know, was the person who bought the last software. The problem with the last software is when I left building safety and went to public works, they decided to edit the entire software and change it using IT. And at the end, those people that knew the software ended up leaving IT. And when they left IT, it left the municipality in a lurch. So I agree with buying new, you know, whatever the vendor is, that'll be decided. I think it's a good thing to find software that works, find canned software. Do not go down the road of, we tried that the first time. The staff actually, you know, when I got out of control is when they went away from canned software, and that was a bad mistake. And I think that buying new software, all I can say is if you do that, let's make sure it's canned, let's make sure it's the standard, let's make sure it's made and edited at the level, and that we can file for permits online, we can buy permits online, we can work with everything. So a lot of this software is not super simple. It's very complex. The building permit process, there are, I can't tell you how many permits there are, but there's a lot of permits. And when there's a lot of permits, it's very convoluted, very complex. And typically what happens is local IT can't keep up with those changes. There are canned systems out there that are much better than where we are today. I look at this price and go, it's actually a very good price. 20 years ago when I bought software, it was over this price. It was 1.7 million 20 years ago. That system has worked. It's been outgrown. I think the city is doing a good job trying to think of new ways to make it easier for us. The bigger problem is linking up with SAP. That's going to be a very tough, difficult task. But if they can create this and allow us to actually file for permits online, submit online. The state does it now, and it works very good. And we don't have to keep going in there even to just pay for the permit. We have to, right now we file online, and then we have to run in there and get the permit later. It's a waste of time, and I think anything can be better. And I think the people working on it have a great plan right now, and I just wanted to make sure you all understood that, you know, a company that probably does 60% of most permitting here in Anchorage right now, this will be a good thing. So.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Miranda Welso, and I live in Chugach River. Previously in my career, I've worked cybersecurity and IT project management for the public sector. And one of the things I want to reiterate is the critical element of cybersecurity and ensuring that systems work as intended, that they integrate with the systems correctly, and that they are able to support the functions as intended. And that often when municipalities or government look to develop systems in-house, they run into issues of legacy code or difficulty with interfacing or inability to secure cyber insurance for it, let alone when a risk and such happens. With regards to cost, government typically does not have a great track record in the history of ever with keeping IT project costs under budget. But I do think that it is important to get ahead of it, especially given the decisions and such which rely on the information that comes out of this system. It's not something that we should leave up to chance. And so I encourage you to move forward with this. I do recognize that there's been a lot of work on it, but I just wanted to reiterate that it's not easy. So thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin Day, second by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I would urge support for this. My understanding is there has been a lot of work internally on kind of not just what software would be needed, but how this would work and how it would be implemented, which is great. And I appreciate the comments about whether to build something customizable or off the shelf. And I think this conversation came up 2 years ago, actually, and there was a move to simply just purchase software and then figure it all out on the back end. And I'm really glad that that was not what was pursued in the end. And also, I do hear the argument that having something customized, or sorry, having something standard that matches the way other folks do this process in this very specialized procedural need is going to be helpful, because I think anything that we can do to improve our process and even to the point of redesigning our process to meet the software, I think sometimes that's not a great idea. But I think in this case, that might help, because if our process right now is so convoluted that it cannot even really be mapped out, and because I've still not seen a flow chart or a map of what that looks like, I think that's a positive. So I really appreciate the work of the departments to work through this, and I know that there will be continued work on implementation, and best of luck to getting that out the door. And I do have one question, actually for Mr. Soule, or maybe for Mr. Dole, whoever is appropriate. Just a brief question. So we approve this. Can you give a rough time frame or project plan for when, say, a customer would then be able to use this, knowing there's going to be a lot of steps? But are we looking at next year? Are we looking at 27? What is the kind of implementation time frame you're anticipating?
Through the chair, Ms. Brawley, according to the vendors, optimistic would be 9-month implementation period. We're planning on a 12-month implementation period, so we'd like to get them under contract immediately and hopefully be live by January 2027.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable time. Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin Day.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Soule, which vendor did we end up going with in the end?
To the chair, Ms. Baldwin Day, technically we don't have anyone under contract yet. We are looking very closely at SmartGov. We're basically in discussions with SmartGov. We've got them signing the hosting agreements and going through the motions there. I will say we haven't signed a contract yet, and there is another vendor that we're very interested in that is looking to come back with another price for us. And if they're competitive, we might reevaluate.
Okay, excellent. Delighted that this is moving forward. And I think there are a lot of other folks who share that sentiment as we are trying to streamline the way that we produce housing in Anchorage. So really looking forward to seeing how this is part of the solution. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Soule. So I'm looking at the funding stack, and it's paid for 50% or so by general funds, which is everybody, and then 50% by the Building Safety Service Area Fund, which means folks within the building safety service area. And so my question is, just from a permitting perspective, and this just could be a wild guess, no, if I'd have thought of it earlier, I'd have asked you earlier, what's the spread of permits that are reviewed and issued between the building safety service area and those permits issued in areas outside of the building safety service area?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry I don't have those exact numbers on hand. I guess if I had to hazard a guess, I would say we are 75% within the building safety service area and 25% in the land use area. It varies from year to year, depending on where the new subdivisions come up and land availability.
So if I were to take those numbers, and I didn't ask you before, so I don't expect perfect, then probably the spread of the funds, 50% coming from everybody and then 50% coming from the service area, does kind of hit about 25% outside of the funding would come from those folks outside. So I think that actually is pretty equitable. Thank you. Any other members? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote then. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-3, I think she's left. AR 2025-359 has passed the body. We'll go on to the next item as we continue to wait on the previous item, item 14D, AO 2025-137, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to convert a portion of water main located at International Industrial Subdivision Block 1, Lot 2 to a privately owned water service extension located within a 10-foot utility easement to be vacated by plat case S12805. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Myers in stereo, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I could have gone either way. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? All right, seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Silvers?
Yarrow. On a vote of 12-0, AO 2025-137 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14E. 14E is AO 2025-138, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Bear Valley Limited Road Service area at the regular municipal election on April 7, 2026, a ballot proposition to provide a maximum mill levy of 2.25 mills for the Bear Valley LRSA for road maintenance and snow plowing, and amend Anchorage Municipal Code Section 27.30.370 retroactive to January 1, 2026. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin Day, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AO 2025-138 has passed the body. Our ballots are starting to fill up. Next up is item 14F, which is AO 2025-139, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 7, purchasing, procurement, contracts, grants, and surplus property to address indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity procurements, to clarify when assembly approval is required for certain contract types and amendments, and expand the scope of allowable grants. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Ms. Brawley?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 13th.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone to January 13th, moved by Ms. Brawley. Who was the second? Mr. Myers? Second by, oh, is it Martinez? Myers, second by Mr. Myers. All right, so moved by Brawley, second by Myers. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thanks. I understand this is a relatively small cleanup item. I'm about a dozen emails deep into a thread trying to figure out if we should make an amendment or not. And so I propose that we move this to the next item, and I've already attempted to start scheduling a meeting to discuss it that week. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. Motion is postponed to the 13th of January. On a vote of 12-0, the motion to postpone is passed. We'll take just one more minute. Folks are ready? All right, we'll roll back up to item 14B. We had closed the public hearing. We're hearing testimony. Mr. Gerker had the floor. Ms. Browse.
Through the chair to Member Gerker, I'm prepared. Overall, the total contract cost over the 4 years of the contract is $26.6 million, split between general government and the utilities and enterprises. This is a 4-year contract for our largest municipal union with multiple different options that we onboarded as part of the assembly guidance process. So it is make sure that your bargaining units have competitive wages and are keeping up with inflation. Make sure that you are looking at how to share in the costs of health care and to make employment at the municipality more attractive. How do we adjust the work environment to retain and recruit employees to fill our vacancies that we experienced quite a few of over the last many years. So all of those things were addressed as part of this CBA. We have stabilized wages over a 4-year contract. We have added 6 steps to the wage scale to increase retention and recruitment, frankly. So now AMEA and the non-reps have the same number of steps within their wage scales. We have also changed the healthcare program that the AMEA is on. The previous healthcare program, I think Mr. Hatcher can probably let us know the details around them and how membership felt about it. But part of the negotiations were focused directly on how can we share in the cost. What if we look at the other units and how the plans that they are on, and does it make more sense to model them into one of those? And so now the AMEA is on our more popular plan, I will say, that the execs, non-reps, AMEA, and a couple of our other bargaining units are all part of on our self-insurance plan. So overall, $26.6 million. Those are the major components, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. Now, I seem to recall during the budget process, Director Browse, that we part of the concern, not part of the concern, but part of the thing to be aware of with the AMA contract was that it was going to have a direct impact on non-reps and potentially execs. Do we have an idea how much we're going to have to increase those wages to keep some parity between the AMA and non-reps?
The current projections right now for bringing non-reps into a better inflation adjustment in comparison to all the rest of our bargaining units, but also the AMEA, is about $2.5 million.
Okay, so close to $30 million overall. Yes. Okay. So, Director Billingsley, given that cost, what would you characterize as the wins for management in this agreement worth $30 million?
We had 3 major wins to put it in that category. And again, to echo Director Browse, I view solving our recruitment and retention issues as major wins. But counting that aside, we had transition of our minimum leave usage, which was typically ending at the end of the year. This was a big win for payroll. They have very cumbersome year-end processes with W-2s and things of that nature, and we've transitioned this now to in October to align with the rest of the municipality. They were all very excited about that change. Secondly, we made changes to the way that meal breaks work. Previously, we had mandatory overtime if you missed a meal instead of overtime if you worked over 40 hours. And that was resulting in a number of substitution schedules for people that had appointments that ran long and things. They weren't allowed to flex their lunches outside of this 30-minute window. And so we've changed those provisions. It's going to eliminate a number of these substitution schedules that, again, the payroll team was having to manage and deal with, and it's going to decrease the amount of overtime that we have to pay due to that rigidity that was in the previous contract. And then the third change that I would put in this category is we changed the language in the PPL from the administrative agreement until what's in this agreement. The intent of the original administrative agreement was that PPL would be available to employees right when they start working. The administrative agreement language said you had to use it in conjunction with your FEMLA or AFLA. We've now changed that language to say FEMLA if FEMLA is available, AFLA if AFLA is available. So that clarification has helped our benefits administrators considerably because it makes it more consistent with what the current code says, and so bringing the unions in alignment with what's in place currently for non-reps and execs was an important change for them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I'll circle back to the PPL in a minute, but I do want to touch on telecommuting real quick. We already have the ability to do telecommuting through an administrative process, through administrative regulation. So I guess help me understand, what's the rationale for moving teleworking out of that realm and into Article 10 of the collective bargaining agreement?
Largely, it just provides the continuity for the employees. They have the certainty now that they know we're not just going to strip it, though I will underscore that teleworking is still a management right, and the management still has the ability to end teleworking for whatever reason that they deem necessary. So while it's the terms and conditions of teleworking are now in the agreement, management still has the right to control it.
Yeah, I don't know that Mr. Hatcher or a future union rep would agree if that were to come to an issue. But so if future conditions require scaling back or restructuring teleworking, we would be able to do that unilaterally without the union's involvement?
I'll read provision 10.4C. Manager's decision. An employee's ability to telework is a management decision that will be decided based on operational need, equipment availability, and the ability to meet critical demands. No job assignments or work units will automatically qualify for teleworking. Telework assignments will not be based on individual circumstances of employees, including but not limited to light duty status, childcare needs, place of residence, or other personal circumstances. And then there's another provision in here, termination of telework at any time. That's provision K. Parties agree that MOA may terminate an employee's ability to telework at any time, period.
Okay. So pivoting then to paid parental leave, same thing. It was something that was outside of the collective bargaining agreement. We had it through regulation. Do we lose any flexibility by putting it into the contract? Help me understand that.
No.
So what do we gain by putting it in the contract? I guess maybe it's a better question.
I mean, I guess to backtrack a little bit, previously we had an administrative agreement. If we had not incorporated the administrative agreement into the contract, we would have come before you with another administrative agreement. And so we would have had to have continuously done that. Now there's some permanence in this. In 4 years, we could come back and say, PPL is not working and we want to remove it from the contract, and we can make that part of our next negotiations. So this locks us in for the next 4 years.
So what specific metrics, I guess, are you guys going to be looking over the course of this contract to demonstrate operational efficiency gains, like reduced grievances, faster vacancy filling, lower administrative overheads? Like what's, besides just, labor stability, what other metrics are we looking at where in 4 years we could say this was a successful contract?
So through the course of this negotiations, we pulled data on most of the provisions in which we were bargaining. So for instance, you'll see that there was an increase to the acting pay rate. And so we were able to drill down on the analytics of how many acting assignments are there, how long have they been in duration, why are we seeming to have so many acting assignments, and we were able to actually quantify where the issues were, and we can now track if by increasing the rate of acting pay, does that solve our problem? Is that gonna, and so that's one example, but do have the ability to track over the life of the contract the number of people that use PPL, the number of people that have telework agreements in place, our recruitment and retention data. We track that regularly.
Okay. I appreciate that. You know, hearing all of that information, personally, I don't know that that's worth $30 million to me. I know that the efficiencies for payroll, I know those are good things. I know those are things that they have been wanting. I don't know that's worth $30 million personally, but you're the one at the table, carrying out the direction from the mayor's office. So, I can't fault you for that at all. You got a contract as you were directed, I am sure. So I appreciate that. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Hatcher, for the union's involvement in this. I fundamentally have issues with this. I really am not a fan of seeing things that are management rights and prerogatives that we already have the ability to do being put into a collective bargaining agreement where now we have to beg or fight the union if we ever want to make any changes to it. So I fundamentally, philosophically, those are some issues I have with this agreement, and also just the cost alone is pretty hefty, and I'm not sure we're getting enough out of it for that price tag. But again, I do appreciate it, you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question. The question of telehealth is very interesting because we grappled with that over the pandemic, and what we found was benefits were distributed inequitably across the municipality at the time, and we could not quite figure out who got what when. And so it was not simply a management prerogative to offer telehealth when the pinch came. It was, we can't offer it to them because they don't have it in their agreement, but our executives can in fact telework. And so the dynamic that I thought that our guidance put forward was fix that. And so ultimately the benefit that you got out of this question for us, in my opinion, was you did what we asked, which is fix that, right? And so that's just the telehealth piece, which I just remember so blatantly struggling with. How can we have different people doing similar work and not having the same benefit? Oh, because they're in the unions, we can't provide that benefit to them. And so for me, I think that this does in fact achieve that. I am concerned about the cost. That's a reality for all of us, but it's not specific to you. It's the fact that inflation happens. People have to get paid a fair wage. We as a municipality, in particular the assembly, the people who have the fiduciary responsibility, have to figure out how to fund these, and also the roads, and also all the other things that make this city work. Or we find ourselves at the point, which won't be my problem, where you have to choose which neighborhoods' roads are we not going to plow, pave, and fix, which, what divisions are we going to start cutting when we don't have the resources? So those are real questions, and we have to balance the interests of our workforce because our workforce makes all of those things happen. And so for my part, I'm supportive. Yeah, that's really it. I thank you for achieving the outcome of the guidance that we put forward to you and to the members. That's where the rubber meets the road from a legislative perspective on bargaining units. It's those guidance documents. And it was Blair Richardson who, I don't know if she meant to let the goose out of the bag, but told us you could do this for every contract. And we have been making a practice of it. And so please continue that practice. It benefits you to set some preliminary guidelines around the negotiations. And anything last to say to
I
me?
just wanted to, the teleworking thing, like Mr. Martinez said, where are all our workers at? And in reality, less than 50% of the AMEA workers can actually telework because we're at the library public counter, we're at the pools, we're at the rec centers, we're at the public counters at the permit center, we're at solid waste services answering phone calls. So you're right. Management's right to take away telework, and we know that, and we agree with that, and that's, we understand that that's their right if they want to take it away from us, if they ever have to, and we're okay with that. My membership's okay with that.
Except now it's in your agreement. You have the right to.
Correct. Exactly.
Right, and I think that was the intent of this body. Now, Ms. Billingsley, I have a separate note since you brought up the conversation about the corrections that you receive that pay, I forget the term, what are they called? You just mentioned them. When you hear from the payroll, you got to fix this because they didn't have these hours then. What are those called? Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, pay corrections?
Pay substitutions and corrections.
Oh, substitutions.
That
Okay.
whole process, the substitutions. I'm sorry, it's late. I'm tired. It's been a long day. I believe there's a project coming forward to look at the substitution and correction process because we believe over here, my friend the clerk and I, that there are some burdens that are created that are probably unnecessary within the code that are establishing make work. And we should eliminate make work, and it falls a lot in those pay correction areas. We could probably leverage whole bodies into other jobs if we could get rid of these substitutions and pay correction in a way that's equitable and fair and also good to the fisc. So just FYI. Ms. Browse?
To the chair, through the chair to everyone else. That was actually part of our process in this negotiations. We talked to the directors of the departments who have AMEA employees and said, what are you guys seeing that you think should adjust? Or what would we be able to operate more efficiently under if we could see X, Y, and Z changes? And so we compiled all of that feedback from Parks and Rec, from the utilities, from, I'm trying to think of the health department, in particular the library, to look at and try to address as many of those challenges that the administration, that the management was experiencing in administering the contract. Because one of the challenges that we have seen over the last years and always is a lack of deep understanding of what all of these work rules are. How can we make the CBA more understandable for our employees who are living through it, and what are the adjustments that we can do that get rid of those make work things that were either born as part of SAP development or that just have not gotten fixed yet. And so there were quite a few things that we were able to go through and work through the negotiation process with Mr. Hatcher and the team to change. And I think we'll see some feedback from departments after it's been active for 6 months, a year, to know exactly how that's translating into our payroll and schedule substitution adjustments, and how our internal service departments are adjusting to those, what we think are going to be good changes.
Right, and our tiny little offices spend a lot of time managing these little things that don't seem to make much sense at all. And I looked at the code, and I actually voted for one of them in my first 3 months on the body. I'm like, how did I do that? That's terrible. And so we need to fix some of those things. Anyhow, so that's sidebar to the contract, but
I
to the bigger
understand that
picture
feeling.
of solving being efficient with our dollars, I guess, is the bottom line. So, Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. Director Billingsley, we had an interesting report in the last Quality Municipal Services Committee meeting in which we heard about retention issues that the municipality is experiencing. And I think one of the most troubling statistics that was shared in that meeting was the fact that we have quite a few people who are leaving municipal employment within the first 24 months of their tenure. Do we have any sort of a window into how many of those employees who chose voluntary separation inside of 2 years were AMEA employees versus not? Do we have a window into that, or is there a way to get that information and then use that as a way to understand the hopeful eventual success of this new contract?
Through the chair, we absolutely have all of that data. We can run statistics and percentages of who's separating, when they're separating, why they're separating. And now we have a program where we're doing exit interviews, voluntary exit questionnaires. Why are you leaving? Is it the money? Is it the retirement? Fill in the blank. And then an option for a follow-up in-person exit interview meeting. And those have been actually really insightful as well. And so we're able to get the information from that and also run the data and the numbers to figure out where the holes are, which is why we end up with things like these salary adjustments in turn through negotiations, so that we can address some of those problems.
Yeah, and I think that's my ultimate interest is understanding that the municipality across the board is really not paying what the private sector pays for very similar and in some cases much more intense workload. I would like to be sure that we are an attractive place to work, and that we become a more attractive place to work, and that we have the data that shows that we're taking those steps to make sure that folks who are working in our permit center, who could be making $30,000 to $40,000 more a year, that have some measure of job satisfaction that keeps them here, as opposed to the brain drain that we've seen, that we've experienced in years past. So really looking forward to understanding how this contract will affect that, and also hearing your perspective as the director as we move forward in what other steps really need to be taken in order to be sure we retain really excellent people and we don't have a revolving door, because that too is expensive. Training and onboarding new human beings is expensive, and it absolutely drags down the quality of service that we can provide. So really looking forward to hearing how this contract works out. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-3, AR 2025-345 has passed the body. Takes us to our quasi-judicial items. First, we have item 15A. 15A is Resolution AR 2025-371, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana manufacturing license M32685 for Bloom LLC, DBA Aurora Bloom, stating the Assembly's conditional protest for the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 32685 for the same establishment, respectively, authorizing clerk to take certain action. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-371 has passed the body. Next, we take up item 15E. 15E is AR 2025-376, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving marijuana license and special land use permit for Denali Fire Green LLC, DBA The High Country, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M41037, located at 520 West 6th Avenue in the B2A district within Lot 3A, Block 70, original town site of Anchorage, Plat C-183, generally located south of West 6th, west of E Street, north of West 7th, and east of F Street in Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, second by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-376 has passed the body. So that brings us to item 15B, resolution. And just so folks know on this, the two items, AR 15B and 15C, are quasi-judicial, but they're not the same as 15D, which is our license. And so just put that out there in terms of any disclosures that might be needed. That's really for 15D. So item 15B is Resolution AR 2025-369, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license M10236 for Cannabaska and manufacturing license M25205 for Cannabaska concentrate, stating the Assembly's conditional protest of the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10236 and 25205 for the same establishment, respectively, authorizing clerk to take certain action. Public hearing on these items are now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? You can wait. We'll hear from you once the hearing is closed. Anyone else? Public hearings, seeing hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Now we can hear from the petitioner. Welcome. So I think we're going to do the ex parte communications around the license, which is the third item, 15D.
This usually turns green, but it's red. But it's on.
You're good.
Janet Weltzine, attorney for Canabaska, Alaska Sense, SEMA, No Limit. So I also have here today Smotty Warden, the licensee. And then when we get to the cultivation stuff, I also have Bruce Schulte, who conducted the independent smell review, which you've asked us to do for the cultivation, but we're not on that one yet. Who I also have here is Attorney John Crone. He's the attorney that wrote the confession of judgment that was submitted to you through the Midtown Community Council. What that was is essentially a buyout deal that Smotty agreed to with an ex-business partner, in which she could not make the payments, so she has to go through the whole process of turning the business over, which is a complicated process. It involves a compliant management agreement and involves application to the Marijuana Control Board to transfer the license. So he's here to speak to that document if you have any questions of it. Management agreements are really common in the alcohol industry and the marijuana industry because it takes 6 to 9 months to do a transfer through AMCO, whether you're a liquor licensee or marijuana licensee. So management agreements are things that we use to kind of bridge the gap to get through that process. So I know it may look new or weird or different to you, and we're here to answer those questions, but that essentially is what the confession judgment required, was a compliant management agreement to bridge that 6 to 9 month gap. I just had a baby, so I haven't put together and submitted the full transfer applications yet, but the drafts are being done by my office and they will be submitted very soon. I anticipate before the new year. That's my goal, to get them submitted. I can't control how long it takes AMCO, so I understand the language in the resolution that basically says this is a conditional protest until we get a full, deemed complete license for transfer from the state of Alaska. The timeline of that, though, could be problematic, because once you conditionally protest this license, it will revert back to the Marijuana Control Board and likely be heard at their February meeting. It's really unlikely that they're going to deem the application for transfer complete before then. So I would just hope that, Clerk Honest or somebody from the municipality attend that meeting so they can speak to the conditional nature of this. So, because what I would recommend is that they table considering the protests so that it has time to work through the review queue of AMCO to get deemed complete for the April agenda. That would be my request of the Marijuana Control Board, and I would want the municipality to understand I'm not asking to table it out of disrespect. I'm asking to table it to get through the process. Because there's nothing I can do to speed that up. So that's kind of the logistics of it. Happy to take questions. Yep.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll just say for my part, I understand, I don't understand all the ins and outs of the legal procedures here, but I do understand that it will take some time. And so I can say, at least for my part, there's no artificial timeline on this, but I think my question is really, who is the owner of this license? Because I think that, and I say that because that is really, all of our code is predicated on knowing who the owner is, because that's who we deal with, right? And so that's really the operating question, and why these protests are written the way they are.
The owner is Smotty Warden, and per the confession of judgment, the ownership does not transfer until AMCO approves the transfer into the municipality's protest period is either waived or expires, and then the actual ownership can transfer. There is an interim management agreement, which I believe was also sent to this body, that outlines that Smotty is the licensee and has full final responsibility and decision-making when it comes to compliance issues, and everything has to be done compliantly. And I think that was delivered to this body, but that is the standard management agreement that me and some other councils in the industry have created and have been using.
So I don't see anyone else in the queue. Is your recommendation that we pass these as they are?
I would prefer it be approved without a conditional protest, but it's workable. It's workable with the understanding that I would hope I would have the municipality support to table it at the February meeting, because the Marijuana Control Board, unless it finds your protest arbitrary and capricious, is required to uphold it. And by upholding it, it would deny the renewal of both the retail and the concentrate license, and that would be devastating. So I would hope that I would have the municipality support when I'd ask for a table, because to let the process go through, let the transfers go through the review queue, and get through to the April agenda, which is when I anticipated it would be heard by the state. I would hope I would have that support.
So I'm trying to understand the mechanism by which the assembly would have some kind of next step beyond this, right? If AMCO is proceeding and they table for more time to do other things, doesn't that just hold this in abeyance until that time?
It would hold it in abeyance until the state actually got the transfer. Well, what I'm saying is, if nobody shows up from the municipality, or if the clerk shows up from the municipality in February and says, uphold our protest, and they uphold it on that date, then they have to reject the renewals of these two licenses. If the municipality shows up and says, we don't object to the tabling of this protest to give us more time to get the transfer completed, because that's out of our control once we submit it, that's what will cause the problem, right?
Okay, so I have heard from the clerk who says that they can do that. So,
Do you want to provide instruction
yeah.
to attend the meeting and
So can we do an uncodified amendment that just says the clerk should participate? We can put it in there, I guess, but,
I mean, the clerk usually attends the.
I know, but
and then can you direct me to do that?
I would direct you then to attend, or your office to attend. All right, so that is on the record. So, and if there's objection here, speak now. Not hearing, Mr. Myers.
I just guess I'm a little unclear of what exactly we're doing here, Mr. Chair.
So what we're gonna do, if you don't mind, so I have the floor, ask a question. I don't feel like I'm violating anything. This is a conditional protest that says certain actions have to be taken before your license is extended to its regular cycle or renewed. And so they are going through a process internally to try to work on a transfer, and that takes time. And AMCO is going to receive this document at its meeting in February, and it is asserted, I don't know that this is true, but it is asserted that if the muni doesn't attend, AMCO is required to uphold the protest, even though it's conditional, and that might sever the license, whereas this asset could be sold if they table and go through the process of the transfer. So the clerk would just go and say, we have a protest. The protest is, we don't object to them having more time to transfer this license. So the asset doesn't die. That's what the direction was.
If I could just clarify one point.
Go ahead.
The tabling would just table the Marijuana Control Board's action on the protest, because the applications for transfer are unlikely to make the February AMCO agenda, and they don't meet again until April, in which it would be most likely, absent like some huge AMCO issue, deemed complete and on the AMCO's board. So the ask is that the municipality wouldn't object to us asking for the protest consideration to be tabled to April, because then we would have met the satisfaction in Section 3.
And now just parliamentarily, to table something in the AMCO speak is to postpone the item to the next meeting. And so functionally, it's just the clerk would attend and say, we're fine if you take 2 more months.
Yeah.
So does your silence count as no objection?
I was going to get in the queue since I kind of jumped ahead.
Yeah, so that's separate. The question right now is, do you object to the direction to the clerk? Because we could take a vote on that. By amendment, we could add it, or we could just let the clerk do that and we can continue on with the work.
I don't have any objection to that.
Okay, there's no objections. The clerk is so directed. Thank you. Let me get back over here. I have a lot of folks in the queue now on this Baldwin Day. Wasn't you? Okay, Mr. Myers.
Okay, I was just curious if Midtown Community Council had anything to say about this, since we had a lot of weigh-in from them last year regarding this license.
So, is that to the petitioner or to somebody here? Yeah. So we did receive an email from the Midtown Community Council. It should have been broadly circulated that said, we're not taking a position right now because things are going in a direction that is generally acceptable. I think if that's a fair characterization, if anyone remembers that email. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would say, I think one sort of caveat to what you stated, things are going in a different direction in the near future. And so because of that, there is no objection from the Midtown Community Council.
Yeah, that's my memory. Okay, so any further discussion on this? Motion is to approve the conditional protest. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-369 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15C, Resolution AR 2025-370, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana cultivation license number 10237 for Alaska Scents, retail license 10254 for Canabaska, stating the Assembly's conditional protest and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved
Second.
by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Baldwin-Day. You want to speak to it?
Janet Waltzine, attorney for Canabaska, Alaska Scents. I would just ask for the same clerk communication, because we would ask that for this conditional protest to be tabled at the February AMCO meeting, which I intend that, or assume that this will be on.
The clerk is so directed if there's no objection. There's no objection. So,
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't object, but can you please, for the record, state the full direction?
that the clerk would direct staff to attend the AMCO meeting and establish that if AMCO tables the item, there's no objection from the municipality as they sort through the transfer process. That's definitely certain action, which is in the title. So any further discussion on this item? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-370 has passed the body. I'd like to ask for a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
So moved.
There's a motion to extend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Silvers. I feel you, Ms. Silvers. I feel you. I would like to ask unanimous consent that we extend by 15 minutes. Any objection to the motion? You object? Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a vote. Members may proceed to vote. Motion to extend was Brawley and Silvers, and then objection. Yeah, just for practical purposes, the next item is going to take a little bit of time, but not a ton of time. I don't think.
I need Aaron and Daniel.
On a vote of 10-2, the motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes has passed. Next, we have item 15D, Resolution AR 2025-372, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10237 for Alaska Scents LLC DBA Alaska Scents after extended temporary license expiration and authorizing the clerk to take certain actions. We also have under it AR 2025-3, so that's just more detail. I also have an AIM, which is from Assembly Chair Constant, unnumbered subject Assembly Resolution AR 2025-372, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10237 for Alaska Scents LLC CDBA last extends after extended temporary license expiration authorizing municipal clerk. What that is it's a substantial document, a report on the smell testing that had been done in relationship to the temporary extension of the license. It's a lot of papers. We have folks here who can speak to it if you want some of the details. So, but before we open the public hearing, we'll do disclosures. Who wants to start? Ex parte communications. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Yes, Chair. I received email communication from the chair of the Midtown Community Council about this particular issue, and I forwarded that communication to the clerk and let the president know that I was unable to reply to her inquiries.
Anyone else? Mr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have also received similar communications from the president of the Midtown Community Council, Ms. Chris Stoner, via a variety of mediums, mainly centered around process and confusion around the process. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I too received some communications. I had an email from the Midtown Community Council leadership, which has been discussed. I also had an email from the petitioner in which she briefly mentioned this license and some other matters. I didn't find it germane to share, but it happened. And then I also ran it into counsel for the petitioner at Costco and had a lovely chance to see her baby. And we did briefly discuss some of these matters, so, or babies. And so that is the extent of my communication. Okay, so the public hearing on this item is now open. If there's no one else, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're. Sorry, Mr. Johnson.
I got the same email as everyone else did from the Midtown Community Council. Right. If we need to go through the exercise of all stating we received it, then I will state that I also received it.
If it went to all members, then I don't think we need to disclose. Thank you for noting that. I didn't know if it went to all members, so thank you. The public hearing then is now open unless there's other disclosures. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, test. Okay, Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage. I too have received communication from Kenny Peterson. He no longer has cravings for Mongolian barbecue. The aroma and smell has left the area. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve by Ms. Brawley. The second was Ms. Baldwin-Day? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and then I'm going to move Constant Amendment 1.
There is a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Baldwin-Day.
And I can just briefly speak to it, and then we can get into the meat of it. But essentially, this adds some additional whereas clauses here stating, let me make sure I'm on the right page. Stating additional information, and then it makes the choice essentially that there would be approval of this license renewal, again, subject to conditions that the state licenses would be reinstated, and the transfer of ownership language is there as well.
Any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Johnson?
I was just wondering if Ms. Welson has any comments on this proposed amendment.
Welcome, Ms. Weltzien.
I think the proposed amendment is fair. You know, this license is dead if we don't get it reinstated by the state of Alaska anyways. We're really hoping to be able to do that. The appeals will be filed pretty soon. You know, it came down to a state of Alaska excise tax payment, and, you know, it's really difficult when a new operator or a management person comes in and you got to learn all the logistics of paying your taxes in cash and when to pay them, and then also there's a payment plan that overlays over it, and so it got a little bit messed up there for those few months. So we're hoping to get that sorted out and to have a successful appeal. But if, you know, the state doesn't do that, this license is dead too. So.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. We're back now on the main motion. Ms. Weltzien, do you want to come up and provide just an overview?
The last assembly meeting that we were here, we granted the 6-month extension. You asked that when we come back, we have the smell problem fixed and objective proof. So the smell problem, well, the equipment's fixed, and we brought objective proof, and that's the letter, and I'm sorry it got to you untimely, that you have in front of you with the smell logs. And so the first smell logs are from the previous director of AMCO, Director Klinkart. He wasn't able to continue, so then we hired Bruce Schulte, who's here in the audience and can speak to his smell logs. He was the Marijuana Control Board chair for many, many years, and he can speak to that more than me, but he was the first chair of the Marijuana Control Board and then took a little 3-year break, and then I could have that wrong, maybe in 2 or 3 years, came back and was again the chair of the Marijuana Control Board up until, what was it? February of 2024. 2025. So he's been doing active smell logging. I believe you have the police report or police reporting too that kind of showed that the smell issue is largely resolved. So that is the smell issue. Since then, that damage that was caused by the vandalism, which created this whole smell mess to begin with, and yes, maybe it was smell before that, but the vandalism that basically took out the cultivation's operational capacity really financially hurt the business. And so again, the confession of judgment that you read earlier, it's not a sale of the business, it's a business buyout where there was a previous partner and Smotty bought them out, and there was an agreement with a promissory note. And typically when you sign a promissory note, if you have a good lawyer, they make you sign also a confession of judgment so that if you default on it, the confession of judgment becomes active and you can file it with the court, and then you get certain rights under that confession of judgment. And that is how this deal was structured. So she couldn't make those payments. And so she voluntarily said to the other party, I can't make these payments. We need to start the transition, start the confession of judgment transition, and engage in a management agreement and start the transfer. During that transfer period, the new operator, the manager, Tom Levy, who's here right now, right there, the taxes got messed up. So the state of Alaska Marijuana Control Board said, sorry, you are behind on your taxes. Even though you're compliant on your payment plan, you haven't made the monthly payments. A couple new monthly payments have been missed. So they revoked the license. Right now, we're in an administrative hold where the plants can be grown, the plants can be harvested, the plants can be packaged. They just can't be sold until and if we win the appeal. So that's where this license is at. Any questions? Or do you want to hear from anybody else? Ron Thompson's here too to speak to his smell equipment.
I think we'll probably have enough info.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone want to get in the queue? I will just say that it was remarkable, the change of smell. It went away, and not perfectly, but 99% probably, which is better than anyone had hoped. And so we had some confusion about what all of those things mean, who is the actual owner, who has actual control. We had some questions about what format the communications should come to us, because hearing it from a community council person was not really the way we receive communications about licensees. But that said, if we take this on tonight as amended and pass it, we don't have to do this again in January. So let's put it to bed is my recommendation, and I hope that the best works out for everybody. So if there's no one else, then members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2025-372 as amended has passed the body. Thank you for bringing your kiddo. Now, I think that concludes our business agenda. We'll go ahead and do audience participation now. If members of the public wish to come forward, please come forward now. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Is this on?
Good to go.
Good evening. Merry Christmas, everyone. My name is Chad Colliander. I'm a resident of West Anchorage in District 3. First of all, Merry Christmas as you go on break. Thank you for your time and what you do here. First, my call is to the residents of Anchorage. In our last in the election in April, there was only 25.3% people that voted. That's ridiculous. That means 75% of residents are sitting on the sidelines, and your no vote or not vote is a vote. We need you guys to get involved. Time to wake up and get your vote out. The city mails you a ballot. Vote, please. Get involved. Second, excuse me. I want to talk about the lovely ordinance 2025-131, the sales tax. I would strongly recommend that you all vote no against it. Anchorage doesn't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. We are clearly aware of that. In our last budget votes, how many budget cuts were voted in? Hardly any at all, if none of them that I'm aware of. So please start doing that. Look to cut things instead of spending more. We don't need a sales tax. We have a bed tax, a liquor tax, a marijuana tax, a gas tax, and I think you just passed a short-term rental tax tonight that will go into effect. That wasn't it? Well, it's close. That's, in my opinion, I think that's what you're working towards, unfortunately, but I hope it doesn't go through. Let's see, what else? Look, with the sales tax going through to try and to try and help property owners in reimbursing them, it's not going to help them. Raising a tax makes the city more expensive to live in. It doesn't make it cheaper. If you raise a sales tax to help your 1% people to get housing back to them, that's going to help maybe, what, a couple hundred people eventually, but yet cost everyone 3%. That's just math doesn't equate. Anyone that works in finance knows this. I mean, anyone that's ever balanced a budget knows this as well. When you raise the cost of something, it makes the city more expensive, not less expensive. So again, I ask you to vote no on this sales tax as it comes up. And Anchorage, time to get involved. I mean, there's 75% people that didn't vote in the last ballot. Thank you. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
You as well.
Thank you.
Good night. Welcome. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come forward now. We're going to run out of time. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition, formerly Homeless. So, last act of the improv comedy tour. Yeah. So I was deeply disappointed, essentially, to hear that Pennies for Progress, was being postponed indefinitely. In November, he had the U.S. Mint decide to stop production of the pennies. And then now in December, essentially, Mr. Martinez, you are postponing indefinitely. Correlation, causation, okay, so I guess on to the serious stuff, but I know truly am disappointed that it's not going forward. So where do we go from here? So on Friday, there was an emergency special meeting, and what happened was you decided to raise, essentially the number of approval potentially for East 56 to 200 for emergency, but only 25 beds were approved. And somebody asked a question, do you think this is enough for the demand? And of course, the Agnew Bemben came forward and she said, oh yes, our Hope Team ladies are doing a census with all their partners and they know exactly what's going on. And more or less, I about choked because, the reality is there are far more people that are out there. And my guess is somebody saw the weather report with the high winds and the cold temperatures, and they thought, we have to do something, but it's clearly not enough. And so, back in October, Ruth and Tanya sort of gave a presentation, and they're slowly come to the realization about things that I've known for a long time and have spoken to, that there are any number of people there that haven't interacted with the system. There are people that have had bad experiences, and they've checked out. And so once you hit a hard 90, you're no longer counted by HMIS. And then beyond that, there's more. But in general, I asked posed the question, how many do you think are outside? And they said, we don't count in that way. Look at that point in time count, which was back in January of 2025, January 28th. That was one of the coldest days of the winter. And more or less, there was a gentleman named Brian Vaughn, essentially the former mayor of Davis Park, who there were 13 people in his tent that night, and only 2 were counted. And he basically said, if there are any number of people across Anchorage that had a similar experience, you don't know the true numbers that are out there. And I agree with him. And the reason I agree with him is because when I was feeding 350 in this town for a period, I could only get to certain sections of the town, and I couldn't get to others. You physically need enough bodies of people going out there, interacting with people on a daily basis to know the true numbers that are outside. And you're never going to know that when you have law enforcement leading. You need the health department, you need the fire department, it needs to be proactive engagement, and you need people to show up, to care, to know people, to build the trust and relationships. It's not going to happen, when it's APD leading the way.
All right,
Sorry.
thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come forward now. I'm not seeing anyone. We'll go ahead and move to member comments. We'll start with Mr. Preserdia.
Thanks, everyone, for a great meeting. Have a wonderful holiday season, and see you on the other side of the year.
Mr. Gerker.
Yeah, same thing. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Everyone have a wonderful, happy holiday season.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Comment, and then I'll do the end with the Merry Christmas. So I appreciated some of the discussion we had earlier today regarding public transit. I think folks on this body know that I am a avid supporter of public transit and don't ride as often as I would love to. I dug into the 2026 budget a little bit, and while it is accurate to state that the public transit department's budget is $33 million, if you look further into the detail, 30 million of those 33 million is mostly federal grants with some state and AMATS grants thrown in there. So it's roughly 3 million of property tax dollars, which was the sort of debate that we were having. So if you look at the list of the 28 departments, if you take out debt and depreciation, which is included in that list, it ranks roughly 17th or 18th out of the 28. So just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Otherwise, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
All right, Ms. Silvers.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we'll see you all back up here on the dais in a month.
Mr. Voland.
Yeah, thank you. I, for one, can't wait to be back up on this dais with you all, and echo the happy holidays. Thanks.
Ms. Bradley.
I will say happy solstice because no one said that particular holiday yet. And also, just a reminder, on Friday is the, as was stated at the beginning of the meeting, the Winter Solstice Festival. And it's really one of the best things I think you can do in the winter in Anchorage because you see everybody in the community out having fun, even though it's really cold. So hope to see you there. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Merry Christmas and Happy Festivus, everybody.
It's been that kind of a night. Ms. Baldwin Day.
I really hope everybody takes advantage of this break, and I wish you all a really joyful, restful, and hopeful holiday season in whatever way you and your loved ones celebrate. I'm really grateful to work with you all. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to begin with a word of appreciation and gratitude to the mayor. When you got elected, I asked you directly in my district if you would not pursue a 1,000-person tent and if you would pursue pathways of dignity, bringing down a footprint where people can find a way forward. I was with you on the coldest, bitter morning of the year so far with the ribbon cutting for 32 units of a treatment facility right there in the cusp of my district. The neighbors are appreciative that this is the direction we're headed. I wanted to give you kudos, congratulations, and thank you for keeping your word, Mayor. That is a gift to my district. It's a gift for our public. Additionally, I wanted to make sure we have on the record, Chair, yes, Anchorage does have a spending problem. I spoke to a person that remembered that Anchorage was spending like drunk sailors in the 80s and in the 90s. And when they spent to expand with other people's money, you know what you get? You have the liability to pay for those things that other people paid for when you're the public, when you're the government. So I'd love for us to really look very deeply about the spatial mismatch and begin to utilize AR 2025-159 as a way to help us navigate shared and collective language forward. And on last note, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa for all those folks who are celebrating that as we get forward. Happy Three Kings Day, because we won't be here for the New Year's as well. And thank you, Chair. It's a privilege to serve with the members of this body. As we make tough decisions with imperfect tools, we try the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick.
Merry Christmas, thank you.
Mr. Myers.
In the effort of time, Merry Christmas. Let's roll out of here.
Time is about out. Madam Mayor, any last words for the year?
Thanks to all of you. Appreciate the hard work and the collaboration, and I hope that you all enjoy a break.
And for my part, I am a little bit sad that we didn't have Miss Brawley singing our poem that we had for the last few years, but probably for the time that we have, it's better. And thanks to our teams, the Assembly, the Clerk's Office, the Ombudsman, our Council, thank you to the Municipal Department of Law, the Mayor's Office, and our partnership, and the hard work that it takes to deliver sound government in these challenging times, to all of the snowplow drivers, to our friends in the police department, to our friends in the fire department, to our friends who are in the schools. All of you, thank you very much. And Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. However you celebrate, Happy New Year. Hopefully we're not back until the 13th of January. With that, we'll be adjourned.